Just usual announcements. We're not expecting a fire practice alarm today. So if we do hear the fire alarm, we go out of one of the two fire exits there and there. And we go down the stairs and we congregate out in the council's car park, which is the assembly point. And we don't come back in until we're told we can. Obviously, we don't use the lifts. Is everybody here able to use the stairs? Anybody got a problem with stairs? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Just to remind you, if you could please turn your mobile phones to silent, that would be appreciated. And finally, we got in Mr. Hearn's clarification note. I hope everyone's got that. That's document 3. Okay. And just a final point, as you probably hear, my voice is pretty bad. But worse, it's not that really. It's just I got this really tickly cough. So, as always seems to happen in inquiries for some reason. I might have to just dash out, I'm afraid. If it, I've taken some cough mixture, so I'm hoping it will just keep it down, but can't promise. Okay, so I feel right. I feel absolutely fine, but just annoying. So anyway, I won't speak anymore, but I will go over to you then, Mr. Bell. Is there anything anyone wants to raise? Sorry.
No, thank you.
No, everybody all right? Mr. Bell, if you'd like to introduce your witness, please.
Thank you, Madam. So today we're hearing evidence from Councillor Monique Bonney. Councillor Bonney, just to confirm, you're giving evidence on behalf of the 5 parishes group, and that evidence is set out in a proof of evidence, which can be found at core document 42.2.2. Do you have that document in front of you?
I do indeed, thank you.
And also a summary proof that can be found at core document 42.2.1.
Yes.
Councillor Bonney, these documents, these proofs aren't attributed to anyone in particular. Are you able to just formally introduce yourself to the inquiry, explain any offices you hold, and just why you are here?
Yes, thank you. My name is Monique Bonney. I chair Romsham Parish Council, and I chair the 5 parishes group, which is made up of representatives from Bapchild, Bredgar, Milstead, Rodmersham, Tunstall and the Worms Hill communities. I'm an independent Swale Borough councillor, but I'm here today in my capacity as chairman of the 5 parishes group. And I wrote this in the background with the assistance of the group, but it's my account and I believe it to be true.
So when you say I wrote this, what document are you referring to?
The 2 proofs of the executive summary and the proof of evidence on landscapes.
Thank you. So, Madam, what I'm proposing to do is, similar to the approach Mr Pereira has taken, is to ask Councillor Bonney to read through her summary and then ask some clarificatory points. So, Councillor Bonney, if you could just turn to 42.2.1, your summary, and just read through that document, please. Yep.
And just to make clear, this was a... we undertook and wrote, or rather I undertook and wrote these proofs here without the benefit of legal advice, but obviously we have Mr Bell here today to assist us. So in my executive summary, this proof of evidence submitted by the 5 parishes group evaluates the landscape impacts of the proposed Highsted Park development in Kent. The development consists of 2 planning applications, north and south, that would lead to significant environmental and visual harm to protected landscapes, conservation areas and rural settlements. Our key findings were that the significant landscape harm development is within a highly sensitive landscape, including the Kent Downs National Landscape, areas of high landscape value, also known as AHLV, and important local countryside gaps. The proposed urban expansion would degrade these landscapes, contradicting Swale's local plan policies, CP7 and DM24. And as I said, we're not experts, but that's our interpretation. Impact on conservation areas. The development threatens Tong Conservation Area, disrupting its historic mill pond and rural setting, Robinsham Green and Robinsham Church Street conservation areas, eroding its historic charm. The proposed Northern Relief Road and urban expansion would permanently damage the visual and historical integrity of these areas. Historical contamination risks. The site includes the former Shell Research Centre, where experimental agricultural chemicals were tested for many years. The land is part of a water protection zone, raising concerns about potential contamination leaching into local water supplies. Visual and sensory impact. The Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, the LVIA, underestimates the negative effects, with nearly half of viewpoints experiencing substantial adverse impacts. The Tong flyover, motorway junction, the waste transfer station would introduce large-scale urban infrastructure into a rural setting, severely damaging scenic views.
When you say, sorry, just to clarify, when you talk about Tong flyover, what are you referring to there?
Well, there's two elements there. There's the flyover is there's the bridge over the railway line, and then there is the road infrastructure that goes through the country park at Tong. The area's dark skies would be lost due to artificial lighting. Methodological flaws in the LVIA. The LVIA fails to assess the cumulative impacts over other developments violating best practice guidelines, the GLVIA 3. Assumed mitigation measures, e.g. planting, are unrealistic as they would take decades to mature. Ecological and habitat destruction. The development threatens chalk streams, ancient woodlands and wildlife corridors, critical for biodiversity and ecological sustainability. Preserving best and most versatile agricultural land. Preserving best and most versatile agricultural land is critical for the food security, economic stability and environmental sustainability. Any development proposals, such as those related to Highsted Park, should rigorously evaluate the long-term consequences of converting high-quality farmland to other uses. Where possible, development should prioritise brownfield or lower-grade agricultural land to maintain the UK's food production capacity and protect vital natural resources. In our conclusion, the proposed Highsted Park development will cause permanent and irreversible damage to the landscape, conservation areas and ecological integrity of the region. The applications contradict national and local planning policies, and the Five Parishes Group urges the inspector to reject the proposals.
So, thank you. Now, I think it's probably fair to say that the proof of evidence crosses into other areas that this inquiry is going to be looking into, and these sessions are to focus on landscape. So I'm now going to ask you just a few kind of clarificatory points in respect of your substantive proof of evidence. So if you could turn up that, and again it's CD 42.2.2.
I have that.
Thank you. Now, we start at section 1, which effectively introduces the Five Parishes Group and the objections being raised. What I want to take you through is straight away to section 5, which is PDF page 7, dealing with visual and sensory impact.
I have that, thank you.
Picking up on a point the inspector has taken you to this morning, if we can go to paragraph 5.6 of your proof.
Yes.
And it's here you introduce the Tong flyover. And I just want to be clear as to what you're talking about here in respect of the Tong flyover. So if I can take you to the transport assessment, which can be found at CD 1.19.6. 1.19.6. and it's PDF page 30.
Right. Just rearranging my desk. Right. Yep. Highways on the north. Here we go, that one.
Sorry, I haven't got the right.
Looks like that's got that.
No, yeah, could you give me the reference again, the CD reference, please?
So it's 1.19.
Not sure your microphone's
No,
on,
that's not
Simon.
right, is it?
1.19.
Apologies. Madam, 1.19.6.
Just to say that is part 6 of the Northern TA, so that is correct.
Yes.
So it's 1.19.6. Northern
Yeah, sorry,
TA.
you did say that, yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you, sorry. And it's page...
It's PDF page 30. So it's the penultimate page.
Hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay. Have we all got it?
And-
Yeah.
Okay. So when we refer to, or when you refer to the Tong flyover, does this drawing show what you're referring to?
Yes, it does, indeed.
Thank you.
So, just to describe it.
Does Councillor Bonnie need her microphone on?
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I was moaning about everyone not having their mic on, and here's me doing it. Sorry. Right,
slow.
yes. So this drawing shows the northern section of the Northern Relief Road, where it comes out of Great East Hall and it goes over the railway line. And to give you an example of our concern there, I think the first thing to note is that chain drawing 300 is missing, just to let you know. But we've used what is there, which is the chain drawing 283.
On what page is that on, please?
That's the little excerpt that's on that drawing. It's the box that's in. You might have to zoom in on it to read it, but it's quite important because it shows you the scale of this bridge here over the railway line. And to describe it, when you're standing on Lomas Road, which is right next to the railway line here, Lomas Road is slightly elevated compared to the surrounding land. It's up, I don't know, I'd have a guess there, but it's built up, the road, and the railway line drops down a little bit. But that bridge spans 37 metres in length. It's 5.3 metres above Lomas Road, plus an extra 1.8 metres for the bridge structure, giving in total a height of 7.1 metres.
Could you just go over those again?
Yes, so it spans 37 metres in length. And then the height of the bridge, it's 5.3 above Lomas Road level, plus 1.8 metres for the bridge structure, giving you a total height of 7.1 metres.
Thank you.
Now, there is concern, clearly, from nearby residents of Debenham Gardens and Haffenden Gardens, because the ground falls away. So it's actually a really significant structure when you look towards that roundabout just above the railway line there, and you're looking from those houses.
Just a minute, sorry, just going back.
So I can point, if I may, Mum, to you. So that's the That's the residential development here.
So that Mr. Simons can see maybe?
There, and we have the railway line and Lomas Road,
Yep.
and the Northern Relief Road crossing it. So I think it's to express, because it's really important we understand this. It's fairly fundamental to understanding the landscape around that area. I never say it's flat, because I think the more and more, even though I've lived here for the best part of 30 or 40 years, the more you start scrutinising it, the more you realise nothing's flat round here.
And these roads that you were talking about were the ones, what roads were they again?
So Lomas Road is the...
Yeah, I know where that is.
This is the Northern Relief Road, the new one, yeah. And this is the residential area that will be impacted by the height of the bridge.
Residential area, were you talking, you said there were two.
Yes, oh, sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Yes, Debenham Gardens and
Yeah.
Havenden Gardens. Yes, I'm listening.
Apologies. What do you say are the impacts of this structure going in on the landscape?
Well, the visual impacts will be significant in that area. I was just looking it up. So this is... This you're not going to have to be that far from it to see this structure. It's going to stand out a long way. I mean, that is a significant structure there, piece of infrastructure that, when you reflect back and you look at the conservation areas of Tong, when you go back and you look at the Stones Farm area, because it goes over the railway line and into the Stones Farm area, and then we start straying into another issue.
Thank you. Now, in response to the inspector earlier, you also referred to the Tong Country Park crossing.
Yeah.
Now, if I can take you to core document 2.22.
2.22, right, hold on a minute. 2.22, yes.
Which is helpfully entitled the Tong Country Park crossing, or road, I think it is. So if everybody has that.
So we mind
2.22.
down.
I can't open it, can you?
Got it already down, saved.
Oh, no, it's just, sorry.
Where are we?
No, it's all right.
2.22.
Come up.
CD.
CD.
Just come up, it's all right. Thank you. Bit slow.
So what this image shows is a visual representation of what is proposed to go through the country park. Now, is this the infrastructure you were speaking to earlier?
Yes, this here is the Northern Relief Road with an arm that stretches across Stones Farm Country Park, as it currently is.
When you say Stones Farm Country Park, is that correct, or are we talking about Tong Country Park?
Tong Country Park is just above it.
Okay.
And just to make, I think it's probably worth some context here, is the Stones Farm Country Park was set aside as part of the Stones Farm development, and I can give you the planning reference. It's in my proof. Let's find my proof.
Documents about this.
Yes, we're going to talk about the chalk stream and the country.
In your proof, you list some planning applications at 6.4.
What paragraph of the proof was that?
So, Madam, 6.4 of the substantive proof. There are a number of planning applications
Oh, yes, that's right.
listed. So, which one are you referring to here?
Sorry, what page are you looking at?
So it's PDF page 8, section 6 at 6.4 of your main proof.
Sorry, I'm looking at that's not good. Right, hold on. Right.
Don't think it's any of those.
Farm application. Talk about countryside gap. Oh, here we go. Right, sorry, it's right in front of me. Right, so.
So what section and what document are you
sorry.
at?
Can't find it. Got a note of the actual.
I mean, maybe we can come back to the reference number, but if you can just explain the
Yeah.
context.
If I give you the context,
And-
because it's also included in the SERDA document, we specifically reference it, which is also part of our core evidence. The application number is Stones Farm Development is 14/501 588 /out Stones Farm.
Councillor Bonny, can you just make sure your microphone's turned on?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Right, it's 14/501 588 /out Stones Farm. The residential development that's being built out at Stones Farm, it's called Spring Acres, you'll see the sign outside, for approximately 550 houses. And as part of that planning application, the Countryside Park is designated, and on the 200th house, the Countryside Park transfers to the councils, well, we're a council. So it was envisaged, and it forms part of the Countryside Gap. And what we have here is a Northern Relief Road, which has 3 arms to it going through Countryside Gap. And one of the arms, the middle arm, goes over the stream at the bottom of the hill, because it is a slope, Stones Farm, goes down to the stream. And the stream head, if you're looking at this picture on CD 2.22, you'll see a thin blue line with numbers 9-3, and that is the chalk stream. And there's a spring head just off the page there. And the road crosses this chalk stream.
And that we could see
The,
with this, I mean, what was this
do
land?
you want a wider picture? So if you want to look at transport assessment, so it's CD 119.6.
Hold on. Yeah. Are we coming back though to the map? We're just.
Yeah, well, we can talk to both.
Yeah, go on. What?
Page 29. And it's drawing 16-023/6011D. And it looks, Ma'am, like
Yep.
that, okay?
Yeah.
So you can see the Northern Relief Road where it's just crossed over the railway line, it drops down, there's a roundabout here, and that arm going off to the left, if you were standing on the roundabout, crossing over the stream there, and it says existing watercourse there. That thin dotted blue line that traverses the page there. Okay.
So this land wasn't a country park until that developed. So the country park is all that land to the left of it, which you can see when you go down there, just as open space at the moment, with some paths going across it. Is that right?
So it was set aside under our previous local plan as a countryside gap.
Right.
And then that planning application came forward. It was a site that was thrown into the last local plan, not the last one, I think it was the one before, at the last minute. And this development came forward. And as part of the, I suppose, the planning gain
Yeah.
that was offered to the village, and to keep the distinct settlements of Backchild from Sittingbourne, was to preserve the countryside gap and to create this country park.
Sorry to interrupt, it's more just a question for Mr. But have we got any... what are we talking about? So, are there plans of any of this?
There aren't, as far as I'm aware. I mean, what I'm trying to kind of get at is what the details of the actual physical harm.
It was... no, totally get that. It was just this country park idea, because it's not something I've got to say that I was aware of until... which is fine, but it's just... are there particular... at the moment, it's not being done with reference to any documents that we've got in the core documents anywhere. The idea that Stones Farm led to the creation of a country park, it's not something that we're aware of or accept. But if there were going to be documents, it would...
I think it's probably going to be of assistance to kind of pull forward what is said in the planning decision for the 2014 application.
And maybe the parameters plans for that scheme.
So, Madam, we can undertake to produce those.
Okay.
Councillor Bonny, if we can go back, having set the context,
Yeah.
what do you understand the impacts on the landscape to be through the construction of this road crossing the country park?
So I think there'll be a significant impact on the feel, the openness, and actually the effective usability of that space as a country park, with a significant road running through it. And it crosses this chalk stream here, and I see from the applicant's information in CD 2.22, they show an example of a bridge in Tong Conservation Area and the country park that is the Tong one to the north, and some orchards. But this is a free-flowing chalk stream here, and it has a very open feel here. It is a real gem, this area. That stream goes from the Springhead into the mill pond. And there are footpaths in the area. There is also, where this road runs through on this drawing, if you look on page 29 of the transport assessment, what it doesn't show there is the attenuation pond for Stones Farm. And that is physically present at the moment.
Where's that?
When you go out on site, Ma'am, you might like to look for the attenuation pond. It's just a green basin in effect, but it takes all the surface water from the Stones Farm development, which is going to be a significant amount when it's built out.
So I think this is, again, something that can be demonstrated from the plans filed with the 2014 decision, so we can bring those forwards.
But there's nothing like going out on site on a day like today and seeing that.
So thank you. Is there anything else you want to say about this crossing in terms of the impact on the landscape there?
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, the words culvert, what we don't have is any clarity around what that will look like. the worst thing it could be is one of those horrible concrete tubes that you could put water through. At best, it could be something that fits the local vernacular. Let me have a look. What I also wanted to say is that in the applicant's information around this area, they talk about how they will improve the area. We know that there is wet woodland there, which is, and we'll talk about that in ecology, I don't want to stray into ecology, but it's the appropriateness of what is done in landscaping terms to this area. So historically there were watercress beds here, but given we have now wet woodland, we wonder whether the appropriateness of that is correct.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, we have a pretty rare habitat there of a chalk stream and a mill pond, as well as the wet woodland. And when you muck around or do anything to a chalk stream, you do need the permission, I believe, of one of the agencies.
Are we coming back into ecology now?
Yeah,
I mean, in terms of landscape.
So in terms of landscape, it will need to have a proper management plan that's suitable to it and authorised by the relevant agency.
Thank you. Now, I'm moving on from the Tong area to just one other point in section 5. Now, we heard quite a lot about the proposed Stockers Hill junction. So if I can take you to core document 7.31.6, which is the transport assessment drawings. We are, madam.
Right, we'll put that one down for the moment. Right, we'll stop that. Okay. So core document 7.31.6, yes?
And it's page 48 is this now very familiar drawing. With the junction being shown in the northeast side of the drawing.
Yep, hang on a second.
Madam, it's PDF page 48.
I have that.
Thank you. Now, I don't want to labour this point because we heard quite a lot about this junction, but I just want to understand what you consider the impacts of this to be in terms of landscape and what already exists at this part of the site.
Okay, so I know this very well. I live in Rodmersham. I live just up Stockers Hill. And when you come down Stockers Hill, you come to a cross junction. And at the moment, to get into the Tunstall area or Sittingbourne, you can go straight on up Cromer's Road, which is currently a very straight road. There's no white dotted line, but it's quite wide. In the springtime, it's an avenue of cherry plums. It looks lovely as you come down the hill. And you can go at the bottom of the junction there, at the bottom of Stockers Hill, you can either go left or right. And if you go right, that is the main route for the village into Sittingbourne. And it's a really lovely vista. You're looking down a valley going towards the chalk pits. You've got the hill that people go sledging down in the winter, much to the farmers' probably disgust. And then you go up Highsted Road and it bends round. Highsted Road bends round. To the left, you go up towards Milstead. There's a hedgerow, or there's a house with a hedge there. It's quite a blind bend to get out of. But it's a little country lane, and it's 30 in just that section there. What is proposed here, in terms of landscape, is an absolute monster. We're going to come out at the bottom of Stockers Hill, And at the very bottom here, if I show you, Mum, I'll point to it. That's the bottom of Stockers Hill here.
You just see where you have to put.
There. And instead of looking down Cromer's Road and the avenue of cherry plums, we're going to look across this huge piece of infrastructure. Now, when you look at it, and there was much debate about the height the other day, and we've had a good look at the chain drawings, but that carriageway there is 9 carriageways wide. That's wider than anything we have in Sittingbourne. In fact, it's wider than Sittingbourne Retail Park, which is just up here. When you go to Marks and Spencer's and McDonald's and Homebase, there's a junction there. I think it's about 7. But this, if you take account of the width of the carriageways, it is an enormous piece of infrastructure.
So sorry, you said 9, what, 9
Yeah,
lanes?
9, because you've got this green busway, whatever it is, tracked route, that's got 2 carriageways.
Yeah.
Then you've got the lanes that split here, plus you've got the equivalent of, I don't know, there'll be, whatever their landscaping is in between the lanes, to turn left, to turn right, and it's going to be traffic controlled. So at the moment you have a rural country lanes with no white dotted lines, and then you're going to have this sat right at the bottom of the valley. And when you look up and down the valley, I mean, I think the landscape consultant last week quite correctly described that it might be small in the overall scheme of the valley, but this is actually a huge thing. And I do understand, and the group understands, that this is a red line boundary, an outline application, and everything else comes along later, the detail. But we have to see it's viable. And we have to see, in order to make it viable, what does it look like? And this is what's presented in front of us. But it's also the height of this structure. And I think we've had the update this morning from LUC, from Kate Ahern, which sets out what she believes the height is here, where this culvert goes under the road.
Can you just show Mr. Pereira and myself what you're pointing as well?
Just here.
Thank
so
you.
slightly to the right.
Well,
of
we
the
were
junction.
talking about that 4.1 metres.
Yes, that's correct. So, I mean, the culvert, when we talk about the culvert, it's about 4 metres there. It actually talks about, it has a side on it. So overall it's about 5 metres in real terms.
Can I just ask, what do you mean by it has a side on it?
Well, you've got to stop the vehicles falling off and down into the culvert where effectively you're going to reroute water. This is a dry chalk valley. You know, you can't avoid water in a dry chalk valley when it rains, and it will need to go somewhere. And 5 metres here, that's about the height of a double-decker bus in visual terms.
Talking
Yes.
about this, what's called an overbridge.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's going to be to the very top, 5 metres in height.
Yeah, by the time you've put the side on it,
I see.
stop the vehicles.
Thank you.
It's on the chain drawing.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, thank you. So, is there anything else you want to say about this junction?
Well, I think hopefully I've expressed to the inspector our understanding of the enormity of that junction there.
Thank you.
In the Dry Chalk Valley.
Thank you. So I'm bringing you on to the last part of my examination in chief, and if we could move on to section 6 of your proof of evidence.
Yes, let's have a look. Oops. Ah, yes.
Thank you.
I have to confess, I made a mistake.
I was going to come to that, but we can deal with that now. Now, I understand you want to make a correction in respect of paragraph 6.4. Could you just explain what that correction is?
Yes, I put in here, so 6.43 is the Pitstock solar farm. And the other reference, 6.4.4, just delete that whole line. That's my error.
Right, so because the 6.4 point, so we stop at 6.4.3, do
Yes, yes.
And that I don't think that's got a decision on it yet, has it?
No, it's still outstanding. But the application number 24/500125/full is actually the Pitstock Solar Farm application number.
So if I jump about quickly in what my proposed method through this, if we turn to 6.4 now and we're discussing the cumulative impacts of the development alongside other planning applications, if I can just ask you to turn to the officers' committee reports, and we're going to turn to both the northern and the southern sites. So that's core document 6.1 for the northern site.
I'm running off paper versions, so give me a paragraph number.
So it's 6.1 and it's at section 2.3.
In section 2.3.
Yep, which is...
Planning history.
It is. So it's page... It's page 12 on the printed version and page 6 on the PDF. It's section... sorry, it's paragraph 2.3 and 2.4.
Okay.
And in respect to the northern sites, you've listed a couple of planning applications, but are these the applications and decisions that you're referring to when you refer to cumulative impacts?
The ones that say planning history.
Yes. So sorry, yes, it's section 2. Apologies, not section 2.3. Section 2, you have the planning history,
Yeah.
and then at section 2.3, other relevant sites.
Yeah, there's Lomas Road is the first one, 6.4.1 in my document. That is referenced. Oh, hold on. Let's find my notes. Yes, that's correct. Oh, Lomas Road is in my list. Swan Street Avenue, 135 houses.
And some of them, we'll be turning to the Southern Committee report in a moment, where some of the others are listed. But in terms of when you say cumulative impacts, having not been taken into account, are these the applications that you're referring to?
So the cumulative impact alongside other nearby planning applications is significant ongoing proposed developments in the areas, as noted in the review of the Statement of Common Ground, exacerbate the loss of the rural character. So we're saying that these need to be considered as part of the cumulative impact.
What, these three?
Yeah.
But two of them haven't got decisions on, have they?
No, but they're in...
Well, we don't know then, do we, whether they're going to be approved or not?
No. but that's your decision, Ma'am.
Well, I've got nothing to do with them, have I?
No, but making the decision on this one as to how much.
I mean, the only one that's got a decision on it, as far when I looked them up, was 6.4.2, which is 135
That's
dwellings.
decided, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The appeal was allowed, wasn't it? But the other two, I mean, unless I'm outdated in my information, haven't got decisions on them yet. Is that right?
I think that one. Oh, I'll have to.
So the solar one hasn't. I don't
No,
think
the
it, has
solar
it?
one definitely hasn't.
And the one at Lomas Road, I don't think.
That's
Unless you told,
agreed. I think
unless
that's already agreed.
has it? Okay. Fine.
We'll check.
So these may be issues for the planning session anyway, but
Yes.
Okay.
kind of in the group's view, these are the applications that the inspector should be aware of when you raise this issue of cumulative impacts. Now, if we have a look at the Southern Committee report, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, so that's core document 12.1.
Sorry, core document.
12.1. And again, at page 5 of the PDF document and page 143 of the printed document, we have the officer's summary of the planning history at section 2. And that,
Just a minute, could I just get the
apologies, ma'am.
core document? Sorry. PDF page 5. did you
PDF
say?
page 5,
Thank you.
and it goes on to PDF page 6 and 7.
Thank you.
So now, again, in respect to the southern sites, when you're referring to cumulative impacts, are these the applications that you're referring to?
Correct.
Thank you.
Could I just check then, in terms of the northern site, are you saying that all of those applications in the officer's report, rather than just the 3 that you've talked about, are to be considered? Is that what you're saying? All of them?
Well, they'll all need to be considered. We picked out those ones in particular.
Right, I see. Okay, thank you.
So, just coming back to the start of section 6 of your main proof. Now here, you introduce the red kite review. Can you just explain what that document is?
Yes, so we're clearly not experts. We know what we can see. But we felt that we needed some expert input. So over a period of years that the group has been around, we've enlisted the help of a number of consultants. Red Kite are landscape and ecology consultants, and they we instructed them to undertake a review of the LVIA on behalf of the group back in September last year.
And for the inspector's note, that review can be found at core document 4.51.
Thank you.
So we wanted to understand, because it's written in really quite technical language with very technical definitions, what their view was of that document. So we had some independent professional input to help us with our conclusions. It's unfortunate, as I mentioned to you in the pre-inquiry meeting, that obviously time rolls on, and we obviously can't hold up your timetable. We would really have liked them to be here, but unfortunately it was just not possible. We did try to look for alternatives, but this is a really controversial scheme, and many consultants head for the hills.
Thank you. In respect of the Red Kite review, you mentioned a SERDA document earlier. Can you just explain what the SERDA document is?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we enlisted various professionals. So we enlisted SERDA over a period of years when this was first lodged, this application, to assist us with
Group called again?
SERDA.
SERDA. It's
SERDA.
Madam.
Oh, yes, SERDA.
Yeah. So
Yep.
you'll note it can be found at core document 10.80. There is an earlier version. Well, there is a duplicate version at 4.70, but it was corrupted. I think that's now been changed. But the non-corrupt version is at 10.80. And section 5 of that document deals with the landscape issues. But this is a document that will come back again at the planning session.
And so SERDA wrote on our behalf, the 5 parishes group, some representations, and there is a fairly comprehensive document dated October 2024, and in there is quite a nice summary of the Red Kite work that was undertaken.
So in terms of the summary of Red Kite's work, if we can just turn up 10.80.
Red Kite, right, hold on. Just going to...
What's the relationship between SERDA and Red Kite then? SERDA were the consultants putting in your objections, were they?
There are planning consultants, and so we instructed Red Kite to do obviously the landscape ecology, and they fed into, and our planning consultants picked that up.
I see, thank you very much.
And if I can just take you to page 12, PDF page 12 of 10.80. It's actually also printed page 12, helpfully. And section 5.
Section 5, hold on. I've got tables. Hold on.
Are you in the Red Kite document or the SERDA document?
Red Kite.
So it's 10.80, the SERDA document I'm
Hold on.
speaking to.
Let me try and get into this electronically. .80, hold on.
So it's section 5, page 12. And this is, when you say that SERDA produced a helpful summary of Red Kite's document, is this the section you're referring to?
Probably, let me have a look. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong document. Doesn't help, does it, really? What was the paragraph number, please?
So it's section 5, which is page 12.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, I'm coming to the end of my examination in chief. In section 7 of your main proof, you deal with the impact on the specific character areas, and at 7.4 you discuss the chalk stream. And I think we've covered that in the discussion earlier about the crossing. Is there anything else you want to say about the chalk stream in particular?
I think the only thing is that it was. I don't think it's really identified as a chalk stream anywhere other than in the document that we put in the core documents, which is, I'm just going to find you, where do we refer to it? It is... it's the South East Rivers Trust did a piece of work, and there is a really interesting, and it's worth a read, description of that stream, and we've put that in the court. I'm just trying to lay my hand.
20.11, perhaps.
Sorry?
Is it 20.11?
It might well be. Let me just... I had a print out of the core documents. No.
Yeah, well, it's about chalk stream survey. Is that
That's it, yes, that's the one.
20.11?
Which talks about the quality, the really high quality of that chalk stream. And it would be an absolute travesty if that was in any way fettered or destroyed or hindered by a development.
So, moving on to section 8 of your proof, you set out the impacts on BMV. I don't have any clarification questions to you on that. And section 9 is your conclusions. That brings me to the end of my examination in chief. So, Mr. Simons will have some questions for you. So, if you just wait there.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, Mr. Simons.
Thank you. Just to say, good morning, Councillor. I won't.
Good morning.
Good morning. I won't be asking you anything about matters that are coming later. So, e.g., heritage. I know you cover it, and so almost put a pin in those things, and we'll be coming back to ecology also and other things that you deal with. And indeed, what I also won't do is to duplicate things I've already asked about elsewhere. So take it as read if you like, and obviously we'll be hearing from Mrs. Brockhurst later. But there is one thing I do want to ask you just a bit about for sort of 10 minutes or so, and it relates to something that you talked about that the other witnesses haven't talked about so much, and it is the Stones Farm area. The Stones Farm proposal, the green infrastructure that went along with it, what happened there, and the need for the Northern Relief Road to fly over, as you put it, the railway. So that topic of your examination in chief. And I have been in the background, I hope helpfully, thank you to the programme officers, because what we've done is we've added to the inquiry documents 4 things to try and help. The 2 officers' reports that recommended approval for that scheme have gone in. The minutes for the planning meeting have gone in, and the parameters plan, the land use parameters plan's gone in as well. So those are at documents 100.4 to 100.7 inclusive, just so that we can have an informed conversation about them. They are, yeah.
Do we need to have those?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
They're on the latest version of the inquiry documents list.
sorry, what were the references?
100.4, 5, 6 and 7. No, it's just, okay, just take a step back. There's actually a separate inquiry documents list that in order to get to it, you have to click on the... Yes. In fact, it's just been recirculated. Yes, the emails. Oh, in fact, I don't know whether it's then online. I'd assumed it was online. We've had an email from the programme officers in the last sort of few minutes with the updated list and links, but I don't know who's got it. In fact, if the witness hasn't got it, then I won't be able to ask any of those questions.
I think I've got here 100.1, 100.2.
Oh, it was maybe my mistake. So I'd thought that they were on the website, but if they're not, then they're not.
No, I've only got up to 100.3, and then
Okay.
it stops. Sorry.
I've got an email just arrived.
No, not
Let's
yet.
just see.
You click on the link in the website, it should now be updated as well as having circulated.
Thank you.
Right, so could you go up to the inquiry website then, Bonnie? I've got it.
So, can I check something? So, on the inquiry website, we have a core documents list, and then at the very end of the core documents list, we have the map
they've been taken off and made into a separate list, so you don't have to scroll all the way down.
Oh, confused.
So there's a separate heading now, inquiry documents.
Oh, yes.
Hold on. So if I go current,
Yeah,
and then
keep going now.
Mine does not work.
right. Oh, look, I found a new.
Oh, that's not. That's cash aid. Let me. I'll email it to you.
Yeah, if you can email it to me.
Yeah, that actually doesn't work.
No, that was the right link, but I think it's actually not quite yet updated.
I think you're probably best off.
I can make a start while it's all
Yes,
happening,
The
as it were.
officer, the officer said she was going to email it to me. Just
Oh, okay.
so
Then we'll
you
send
might-
you an email.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
lovely. Oh, in that case, yeah,
Oh,
we
this
can
Right.
we can certainly make a start with things that we've all definitely got. But if you have got
Hang on,
it,
let's
great.
just see if you've got that. We might as well.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, of course.
I've got the Circle of Doom. I hate to say it.
Oh dear. I'll forward it.
What will we need? The minutes and the report?
Oh, right, here we
You've
go.
got it. So there should be 7 documents on there, 100 to 100.7, 100.1 to 7.
See attached.
What's it?
See attached.
There's an email that's it's got a link in it.
Yeah, that's all I've got. An email with a link in it. It takes me to the same
Got it
thing.
on the website, though, haven't you?
Yeah, but I can't get into it on the website.
So you should be able to just click the references on that PDF document that I've sent over to the programme officer and they open on the
Right.
HWA
Is it maybe on your other computer? Yeah. Mr. Bell, do you want to go and help?
Hold on. Right, hold on. Programme officers, just, you can probably, right, 100 point what? Which one?
4 to 7.
So if you open all of these,
So you've got.
Oh, right, okay.
Any joy?
Yeah,
I confess my IT skills are pretty hopeless.
Oh,
I've just emailed you.
yeah, that's what we've gone through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it-
So if you
couldn't
just go
open
through
it.
doing
That
that
was
on
all,
each of
Helen.
All
Thank
good?
you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
right, I think we're
Thank you.
rocking and
Thank
rolling.
you very much.
Right, are we okay, Mr.
We're good to go. Good to go.
Sorry about that.
Lovely. Let us start with core document. One of them that I've not actually asked you to go to yet.
Oh.
Core document, but keep all that stuff that you've just been shown. Could you turn up core document 13.13, please? 13.13.
13,
That's right.
13, proposals.
That's right.
Proposals map AS1.
That's. Yep. We'll hang on until everybody's there. 13.13.
I haven't opened it yet. It doesn't want to work. No, sorry.
Oh.
Technology doesn't want to work. Right, let's go in another way.
We're really out of luck, Councillor, aren't we? Is 13.13 working for you, Councillor Bonney, or no?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
Right. Oh, this is just...
I'll wait for you, Councillor. Obviously, you let me know when what the story is with the document retrieval.
It's all right. I'm just scrolling. Right, here we go. Right, it's a map.
It's a map. That's right. That's right. So this is the. Thank you very much,
Sorry.
Mr. Bell. We might be in need of further IT assistance as this goes on. I've not got many questions, but let's
That's
hope
lucky.
it's worth it. This is the map at 13.13, which, as we can see from the key in the bottom right-hand corner, is the safeguarded area of search for the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road reference policy AS1 in the local plan. You see?
I can see it.
So you know what this is. It does what it says on the tin. This is the area within which the Northern Relief Road, the final bit of the Northern Relief Road that's not yet been built, is to come forwards to connect up to the bit that's already there. Right?
Correct.
And this is already in the. This is a policy map that flows out of the adopted local plan that your council. That forms the statutory development plan for your area. Yeah?
I have said it's correct.
So the reason I ask all of those questions is because it seemed almost, and I might have misunderstood what you were saying in your evidence in chief, but it almost seemed as if you were suggesting that a road that bridged over the railway in this area is something that can't be countenanced. But it's just to sort of note what this plan shows. We can pick up Lowmass Road, can't we, within that runs east-west, obviously within this area. We can see it written Lowmass Road. Do you see in the middle of the area?
Yes.
And we can see immediately to the south of Lowmass Road, there's that black line that runs all the way across east to west, which is obviously the railway.
That's correct.
So just to sort of be absolute, I mean, it might be just blindingly obvious, but if the local plan's aspiration is to be met, it doesn't matter for these purposes of this question where exactly along the railway it's met, but there's obviously going to be a road that passes over the railway to deliver the Northern Relief Road. Passing over the railway is not a choice, it's a certainty. Isn't it?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
That's correct.
So there's going to have to be a bridge. I mean, you're saying, this bridge is going to be some sort of awful intrusive feature. It's an inevitable consequence of your own council's adopted development plan.
This is an area of search. It doesn't have to be in one specified location. There's no pinpoint to show you it has to be there.
Okay.
But I think what we're saying is that bridge is extremely close to those residential houses.
Got it. So just so we've got a clear record of your evidence, where along the railway do you say that the bridge would be better to be delivered? Where would it be less sensitive visually along that bit of the railway, such that a bridging structure that overflies the railway would, in your view, be acceptable?
Mum, I think when answering this question, we have to look at the facts before us in this case, and this is the applicant's information, and this is what they have presented to us. So we have given a view on what has been presented and not what may be, because that's not my job, and that's certainly not my group's job.
Can I ask it this way? Is there anywhere at all in the area of search that your view is that a road could happen acceptably in a way that crosses over the railway? Anywhere at all along that stretch of railway?
So that's the second time of asking the same question. As I said, it's the facts before us.
The facts are before. All right then. Well, fine. So there we go. Now you referred to the bridge over sailing, or whatever. What did you say? Flying over the railway, and then you also talked about the interaction with the Stones Farm development, and that was hence the need for the documents that have all been added now. So just if you could start on those documents with core document 100.7. 100.7.
100.7, let's have a look. Well, I've got it up through. Oh.
Thank you.
No, I haven't.
Oh, no.
No, don't get ahead of yourself yet.
I thought it's too good to be true.
You did, clearly. Right, 100.7. Let's have a look, see if this works. Oh, that's in there. Could you tell me what it is?
Yeah, it's the parameters plan
Ah,
for Stones Farm.
Hold on, let's go back to... Oh, I've lost the link, so hold on, let me just... Stones Farm, what was it, what was the number again? 100?
0.7, I think it was. Yeah, 100.7.
Sorry, internet's a bit slow.
No.
Not quite the circle of doom.
Okay.
Doesn't want to come up.
Okay.
I think it's because so many people are trying to access it.
Right. Okay.
Oh, it's come up. You're okay. Right.
Right. Okay. We can see then, hopefully, the land use scale and densities parameters plan, which explains this what was consented at the Stones Farm development, with the different elements. The different shadings represent different densities of potential development, and indeed there's a dark red that indicates local shops and other things. And then there are different buffers indicated. Just having a look. There's a red buffer on there towards the west. There's a green buffer, a landscape buffer towards the east, which is 10 to 15 metres in width. I'm just describing what's there. And then there is an area around the eastern half or so of the site that's noted as a countryside gap.
That's correct.
Yes. That's the countryside gap. That's the thing that you were talking about in your evidence in chief. It's noted on this plan, and in fact, to be fair, all the plans, but I've just put this one in because this is the parameters. It's a countryside gap. It's not a countryside park.
That's what's written on that plan.
And in any event, you might have forgotten because it was a while ago, but because you were there, weren't you? You were present, as the minutes record, at the meeting where this scheme was reported to committee and ultimately approved.
I was
looking
at this, but it was a long while ago.
It was a while ago, to be fair.
That's
it
2016.
It was
That's
a while
9
ago.
years ago.
Fair
it's
enough.
like asking me what I had for breakfast last week.
Would
You'll
not,
be lucky if you get the right
that's
answer.
a very fair comment, but luckily, because we've got all the reports that were made to that committee, we don't need to rely on our memories of what was said, because we know, don't we, that officers told members that it was likely that the new Northern Relief Road was going to come right through this countryside gap in the future.
I can't remember, to be honest.
Let's have a look at core document 100.6.
Right, hold on. 100.6.
So, tell me, Councillor Bonney, when it's all loaded.
That's come up.
So, and I'll just let the inspector load it as well. You tell me, thank you. So just to explain what these documents are, 100.6 we can see is a February 2016 officers report.
That's correct.
Just for the inspector's note, we don't need to turn it up right at this moment, but 100.5 is a July 16 officers report, which updated members, and that July report appended the earlier report, and the earlier report is this, the one from February. The recommendation, as we can see in the February report, was that permission be granted, as we can see, and that's obviously what happened. But if you turn in it, I can't actually. It's the third page section into section 2. At the bottom of what's shown as paginated page 103, there's a paragraph 2.05.
What was the page number on the bottom?
103.
Yep.
And there's paragraph 2.05. Have you got that?
Yep.
Thank you. So this is officers explaining to members that the proposals do not include any provision of or reservation of land for a continuation of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road between East Hall Farm and the A2, as the route of this has not yet been decided. No alternative route proposed so far has affected the proposed housing area of the site, but the effect of the relief road on the proposed countryside gaps not yet known and will have to be dealt with when it is known. However, the most likely route of the Northern Relief Road, I'll have another go at that. The most likely route of the Northern Relief Road is safeguarded by the current proposals for the countryside gap. Do you see?
Correct.
And so it's not some sort of quirk or sort of, massive shock that what the countryside gap is required in order to deliver the Northern Relief Road. In fact, that's what members, including you, were specifically told at the time of taking the decision to approve Stones Farm, that was likely to happen.
That was the discussion
Okay.
that I can see that was printed before me.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much indeed.
I've got no questions. I've been interrupting all through. So,
Madam, it's not interrupting. It's been very helpful. But I have one quick point arising out of the document that's just been put to Councillor Bonney. And I think if we could just have a quick look at core document 100.5, which is the July 2016 committee report. And it's, if we can turn to PDF page 3.
So, sorry, it was 100 point...
Apologies, it's 100.5.
100.5.
PDF page 3. And on that page, if we come down to the third paragraph, and the first sentence of that is, the area planning officer advised that it was the intention that the borough council or parish council would own the countryside gap.
Mm-hmm.
Now, bearing in mind this was 2016, do you know whether the borough council or parish council came to own the countryside gap?
It's being transferred,
Thank you.
is my understanding.
So it may be a point more to put to the planning witness in that session, but I was just curious as to what had happened to that. So thank you. I have no further questions.
sorry. Well, which of them? You said it's been transferred. What, to the borough or to?
Oh, sorry. My understanding is that it's in solicitors' hands between the borough council and the current owner of the development, which is Hyde. And it's quite interesting to see my comments there because I spoke on the night about it. All of which have borne true.
So the council are going to be the owners.
Yes, it's currently, you'll see when you go out on site, Mum, that it's been planted. It's quite juvenile planting. Mm-hmm. And there is the council, my understanding and discussion with the officers, because this is a highly hot topic for Batchild Parish Council, is how that will be managed, that countryside gap or park, because it is regularly walked. It is highly valued by the locals. It's quite a distinct area. It makes that, in terms of landscape, it makes a very distinctive cut-off between the new development and the village. And it leads you down in, as I said before, into that really lovely area down by the stream and into the conservation area.
So the boundary of the application site, northern application site, where does that run? If we
Sorry, I've got a map here, the red line one.
in relation to the
Could you ask the question what you're looking at?
hasn't got it on actually.
I think what's...
It looks as if there's an overlap. That's all I was.
The-
So it includes some of the borough council's land, then, does it, or will be the borough council's land?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that right?
And I think what's clear in the plan... Sorry, Mike. What's clear in the plans is when you look at the applicant's drawings and maps, there are a number of inconsistencies. And the red line boundary really should go round Stones Farm Countryside Gap as the application site because it was subject to that planning application. And it doesn't, and it overlaps into the red line boundary.
Can we just have a look at a plan that just shows us where these?
I remember, I can't remember which.
Have we got one up on them?
There's a map that shows the other planning applications.
Yes, there is. Which one would that be, Mr. Simons? Or maybe.
What if you did 2.11 or in fact, either 2.12?
Let's have a look.
See,
This is the where are we? Framework plan. Yes.
because then you can see
Access.
Stones Farm's actually on there in hash.
Oh, that's the one. So in fact, the application site, as proposed, goes right up to the Stones Farm boundary. Is that right?
Maybe this is not the best way of illustrating it. Our red line does overlap and go into, not just up to the boundary of the Stones Farm scheme. The way that this is drawn, it shows the committed housing area, but it does not denote, maybe this was the wrong plan to go to, this does not denote the red line of the Stones Farm scheme. The red line of the Stones Farm scheme is in the plan that I've sent around this morning at core document 100.7.
See, Ma'am, if I may, because it shows committed developments, he's quite correct, is that red hatched area should overreach and stretch over where the Northern Relief Road comes down south of the railway line, because the countryside gap, its landscaping, its transfer and everything was part of that planning application for Stones Farm.
Yeah, it is correct.
And it's not the only, sorry, if I
Sorry,
may,
no, I didn't
it's
want to
not
cut you
the
off.
only
Go on.
inconsistency of showing committed development that's not on the plan. There is also the Fernham Homes development at the bottom of Church Street on the corner, which makes the landscape look much greener in the context of the areas, which is, and it's not there, it's been built out.
So where's that?
So on the southern application,
Oh, well.
Just before we leave these,
Yeah, I'd rather just
no,
get
I'm happy
this-
to
yes.
do
Can
just
we
before.
just get this bit sorted out?
Yeah,
then?
just before we leave. So, if you are able, I don't know whether you can, madam, or not, have almost up at the same time or flip between 2.12, which is the one that I've just shown you,
I've got that in hard copy.
and 100.7, which is the.
Got that up now.
Okay, so you can see that. Let's see. You can see that 2.12 does not denote the full extent of the red line of Stone Farm. The full extent of the red line of Stone Farm, as you can sort of work out if you track along the bottom of the A2, and you can see that the full extent of Stone Farm runs in easterly direction along the sort of first bit of ribbon development along the northern side of the A2, whereas on 2.12, the way Stone Farm's illustrated, we don't get further hashings into the red line of the northern application site.
So would it be true to say then that where it says committed development Stone Farm, that's actually the development area
Yeah,
and not the countryside?
that's correct. If the countryside gap was illustrated on 2.12, you'd need further shading or hatching, and that further shading or hatching would be within the red line area of the northern application, which I think is what Councillor Bonney's saying, but that is correct.
It would take in the so there's
Yes.
a little street. There's on 2.12. There's a stream, isn't there?
2.12.
That's correct.
Is that the chalk stream? That
Yeah, yes. So in the transfer, will be up to the middle of the stream bed, and actually in the landscaping plan, they talk about doing some works to the head, the Thomas à Becket. Well, in one iteration, I can't remember if it's the current one because we've been through quite a few versions. The actual stream head, they said we're going to be landscape, but it's actually outside the red line boundary. So I think there's quite a bit of confusion up here because that committed development red line boundary for Stones Farm is incorrect as it stands.
Yeah, it's not confusion. It's about the way in which the Stones Farm's been illustrated on the plan. We've shown the development area which is outside.
Yeah.
We've not shown, but we can show if it would assist. I don't know whether it would or not. The full. We can do an overlay of the countryside gap area of Stones Farm, so we could produce a sort of map the two red lines on top of one another, as it were.
Because the attenuation pond, is that part of does the chalk stream go in and out of that?
I think that's.
I suppose not, or it'd be full of water, wouldn't it? Probably.
We can do an overlay. I think the road, the route of the road in the blue wash, the blue route runs across the north of the attenuation pond, but doesn't go through it. But we could, if you would like, we can do an overlay of these two plans or similar plans together. So you.
I mean, if it assists Mr. Simons, my clients have demonstrated some considerable talent in producing overlays for the planning sessions coming forward. So we do have one that I can share with you, and that may save your client time and costs.
Fine. And the extent of the countryside gap, then,
Yes.
is that how far further east does it go?
It goes to. Let me just get
Have
this.
we got the,
I do have a coloured.
If I may, Malm, shall I explain to you?
The answer is it goes to the red
hang on,
line.
yeah, all right. Yeah, you've gone. You have a go.
So you asked how far the countryside gap goes.
Yeah.
It goes up to the back of the houses there, and in fact, it goes all the way up a bar. There's a green space allocation further north in the Tong Country Park.
I think what I'd like is a plan which shows the this Stones Farm development and its red line boundary, and then the application site boundary at this bit of the site and the country park on it.
We can do that.
And the countryside gap on it, rather.
Yes, because it's not. It is a yes. We can do that.
Because the country park is if you like, it's just a name, isn't it, for the part of the gap at the moment?
Yeah. I mean, to be absolutely frank, we don't accept that there is a country park here.
But that's
we
what
accept
you're
it's a countryside gap.
You're proposing.
We're proposing a part through the scheme, but what there is for sure, and because it's on the plans and is approved, is a countryside gap area that we'll illustrate.
Let's not confuse things. I don't want to call it country park if it's not one.
So Malm, that has a local green space allocation, which is a higher status, I believe, than a local designation. So it's allocated as a green space.
Which bit?
The
Countryside Gap.
Tong Country Park.
Right. Okay.
If you look in the designations, I think it's DM 18 off the top of my head.
Right, well, that ought to be on there too if there's a...
We'll put everything we can on there then, whatever we can find.
Yeah, if the applicant and the Rule 6 party can get together and produce something, everyone agrees, that will be...
What about also, would it help, I don't want to overcomplicate this plan.
No, let's not
Famous
have...
last words. Would you also like, or is it just obvious, doesn't need showing, the area of search overlaid?
Yeah, go on, shove that on as well.
Shove it on as well. We're going to end up doing a full proposals map for the
No,
local.
I
produce
want
a grid.
What I want is something clear that I can understand.
We'll try and do those things. We'll try and obviously, because it's all factual, try and get it all agreed with the Rule 6 part.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Did you want clarification on the bottom of Church Street? On the corner there is a little development which we colloquially know
Oh,
as
yes, you said- So
Fernfield.
where is it? Did you say it's on the southern site?
Yes, it's in the southern site.
So you're saying there's a mistake on the plan?
Well, I think we need to understand what has been built or is proposed, and in there that appears to be missed off in quite a few of the maps, including the landscaping ones, because what it does is... Sorry, I'm trying to think of where that would be. Hold on.
Plans, but if we can have a look at that, that's always handy. What about the green structuring plan? Perhaps that might help. 8.18, maybe?
Let's have a look. Hold on, Mum. I will get efficient at this one day.
No, don't worry.
8.18, did you say? Let's have a look. Oh, yes. Right, let's have a look there. Right, yes, that's a great map. Thank you, Mum.
That's right.
So if you look at Batchild, the word Batchild, and then you can see the words Oakwood Village, North,
Yeah.
you see there's a right angle
Yes.
going down Church Street, that is there. So it's going from Batchild towards the hamlet of Robinsham Church Street.
Okay.
On that corner there is an infill site,
Right.
and that's at the bottom of the hill. And why that's significant, if I may embellish, because when that was built out, I remember commenting at the time and discussing with Batchild as well as Robinsham, so together the parishes were discussing about what happens to surface water. And as I said, there's only one way down from Robinsham. It's down a hill in every direction, pretty much. That is quite a large expanse of a hillside between Robinsham Church Street and Batchild there. And we have to deal with water and engineering and quite a major road there. And further down in Highsted Drive, we've had, on a regular basis, flooding. And it's been flooding partly because KCC didn't clean their drains out, but it's also, and they didn't understand the significance of those drains, but it's also because we've got a lot more built form along that area at the bottom of the hill. So we've got small developments on the left-hand side, and the water from the fields, well, it has to go somewhere. And it was getting channelled into the road and ended up flooding Highsted Drive.
So hang on a sec. Are you saying then that the that there's a sort of just where it
So
Church Street comes and
if I-
turns south? There's a in Batchild. There's sort of like a white space. Is that you saying that's where?
May I come and point?
I think we know where it. You can see it on Google
Go on
Map. I
then.
think it's called Thornhill Gardens.
that?
Yeah, Thornhill Gardens is a technical. So that corner there, so it fills in between there and there.
There and there.
Yeah.
Is it 5 or 6 houses or something like that?
Thornhill
No, it's
Gardens.
more than that.
Is it? Looks like 5 or 6. But anyway, the inspector can have a look.
Thornhill Gardens.
It runs just off School Lane before it turns into
Yeah.
Church Street.
I don't really want to hear about drainage at the
No.
moment. We're going to, I presume you're going to
But from a
deal with that at some
landscape
stage.
perspective.
Yeah, landscape, so...
So yeah, from a landscape perspective, and they will also be looking up the hill at the road infrastructure that goes across.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. So are you saying that that ought to be put on the plans?
I mean,
Or
it's
just-
just a.
Yeah, it's been built out, so it needs to be shown.
Right, I see.
Right.
Any
I
comments
mean,
on
we're
that?
not particularly. I mean, it's true that it's been built out since the OS base that on which this plan was drawn. But I mean, and we would certainly, refer you to it. You can have a look at it. You will have it. You've probably seen it already. But there's no need to actually update all of these
No, of course not.
plans because they're not intended to show what's. I mean, they do show what's there for guidance, but the point of them is to show what's being proposed.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much.
Free to go. Thank you. Thank you, Mum.
Yes, you'll be relieved you are.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's quite a good time to have a break.
Perfect.
So we're going to have a break until it's just gone 5 past, so we'll have a generous break. We'll have a break till 11:30.
Thank you.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at the relief on people's. Thank
You
you.
can all get a cup. 7:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to hear from Mrs. Brockhurst.
Yes, we certainly will.
Yeah, so let's just, before you introduce her, can we just get an idea of where we're going?
Yes.
So, your evidence in chief will be, what do you think, having...
It's say something like 3 to 4 hours, something like that.
And cross-exam?
Yes, I think I gave an estimate of 5 to 6 hours, and it will be at least 6 hours, I think. Yeah.
So,
Mr. Bell?
I think my gave, but I suspect mine will be much shorter than I gave originally, because I think most of the points tend to get picked up by everyone else, I have to say. So I think it could be about 30 minutes, could be a bit less.
Okay. Mr. Young?
My goodness. Individual trees are being planted, I would have thought, by the end of that one. So I'm going to say probably just provisionally 15 minutes, but I suspect I won't need that. We've got to, so everybody knows, much as I would enjoy cross-examining this witness for 5 hours, I have only got some questions about the rights of way.
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah. No, that's fine. So, I mean, on those estimates, we should really finish in a couple of days, shouldn't we?
that would be the famous last, wouldn't it? That's the hope. Yeah, we shouldn't, and we've got the whole week, we shouldn't need the whole week.
No.
And our hope would be that come, Tuesday today, if it's not finished tomorrow afternoon, you'd like to think we could be finishing on Thursday, if we haven't finished by then, first half of Thursday sort of thing.
I think it's been agreed, though, that we don't dip into heritage.
That is right,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Just as well, because I've
So-
left all my proofs at home.
Well, there you go. So another good reason not to. So yeah, we've got more than enough time with Mrs. Brockhurst anyway, regardless of how long it all
Okay.
goes.
Okay, so has everyone agreed that we just hear the landscape evidence this week?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, if you'd like to introduce your witness then, please.
Off we go.
Simons.
Good morning, Mrs. Brockhurst.
Morning.
Now, Mrs. Brockhurst's proof of evidence is core document 37.3.2. Which, if we've all got, tells us on page 6 of it that you're Claire Brockhurst, you're a director of Leighton Place Limited. You've got more than 35 years of experience in landscape architecture and landscape planning. You set out your various academic and professional qualifications on your page 6 at 1.2 and at 1.3, including the award of a fellowship of your institute, the Landscape Institute, in 2007. You've sat on, tell us at 1.4, the Institute's policy and awards committees and acted as an elected member of the council. You've also, you say at 1.5, been involved in the preparation of a number of Institute policies and technical position papers in respect of green infrastructure, GI, and new housing. And that's we'll talk about some of those later on
That's
today. You set out the different companies or consultancies you've worked at over the years, and including, you tell us at 1.10 under your career and employment section, you explain that during your career with Watermans, you were the lead landscape witness for the Countryside Agency at the year-long inquiry into the designation of the South Downs National Park. And as part of that inquiry, you explain in your proof, you gave evidence at over 250 informal hearings, a number of formal inquiry sessions. And so I'll ask you about some of that experience also when it comes later on to the discussion of the national landscape in this case. And then you tell us over the page again that you've been called as an expert witness also on a number of occasions, either in situations where you've done the relevant LVIA or you haven't done the relevant LVIA in the first place. And in particular, at 1.15, you say that you've regularly had to consider the effects of the construction and operation of new roads as part of development projects, including in relation to protected landscapes. And you talk there about the A417 in the Cotswolds.
Yes, just to clarify, I'm familiar with that road. I wasn't involved in it, but that's one I am observing the effects of.
On a protected landscape.
It's right in the middle of
Right in the middle of
AONB,
protected.
crossed by a number of significant footpaths. So I'm keeping an eye on that one because it's very you don't get that opportunity very often, and that's a much more significant road structure than the one we're talking about here. But that is my involvement is not as the landscape planner.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, just in terms of your previous experience, at 1.16, you tell us that you've been involved with a number of projects across the Thames Gateway area in places such as Basildon and Thundersley and Thurrock, Rochester and Rainham.
Yes, that's correct.
Right then. Could you then explain, for the benefit of the inspector, how you came to be involved in this case and at what stage you came on board, if you like?
So, Ma'am, my instruction is set out from paragraph 1.17, but basically just after the calling was made, I was approached by the applicant to provide a service as an expert witness, and unlike normal process, rapidly there followed the actual letter from PINS and the time frame which we had to work with. So I was brought in really to sort of bring fresh eyes and not look at the detailed design, not looked at, and I was not being asked to reassess everything, but really put the scheme and the effects into the context of the wider planning framework in order to assist, particularly when Mr. Bashforth gives his evidence on planning and the planning balance. So I was involved after basically everything had been completed in terms of design and assessment, and I'm just here for the inquiry.
How then, you sort of answered this, but just to be absolutely clear about it, how do we understand your relationship of your work to the LVIA work that was done before you came on board?
So the LVIA work was completed. It went through various stages of scrutiny by the council and their expert team at LUC, and all the outstanding technical issues had been concluded. So there was no outstanding matters. And obviously, Ma'am, it's no surprise to you that professionally landscape planning consultants do reach different judgments. So my advice was not to do a third set of assessments, which would leave you with 3 opinions to which to muddle through, but actually to look at the applicant's LVIAs as they stand, because they follow a compliant methodology. They follow a compliant methodology. It's been agreed with LUC. There are no outstanding technical comments. So in terms of the assessment of effects, that's fine.
Bless you.
Okay. So in terms of the assessment effects, they are contained, the applicant's position is contained in the two environmental statements, CD 3.1 and 9.1. Those, having spoken, because my appointment wasn't done in secret, the assessors are both aware, I have spoken with those authors and other members of the design team and understand that, and I think quite correctly noted by Mr. Hearn last week, that the applicant's assessors have been working on this for months and months and months. But those months and months and months are spread over a number of years. So the detailed knowledge and depth of knowledge they have, not just of their assessment, but of the scheme, has informed those conclusions. And in the time frame between the call-in and the date of exchange, there was no need to undertake a further assessment. So any assessment effects is contained within that documentation, ma'am.
Could I ask you another sort of introductory kind of practical question on the basis of what you've said? And you do explain some of this in on your page 8 to do with your instruction. How does it work when you get approached at the sort of stage that you got approached in this case, where time was almost immediately sort of on the clock, given the Secretary of State's various letters and then Planning Inspectorate and all of that? How did you go about the process of deciding whether to accept the instruction at all and giving yourself enough information to make that decision before you began work on your proof of evidence?
Well, after I'd taken a big deep breath and looked at the raft of information, I went through a process of reviewing not just the applicant's material, but also the material from LUC in particular, to see where the differences lie. And because the differences weren't methodological, and because the differences were on judgment, I took the decision there was no need to do a new assessment, but I also recognised there was an issue of judgment. But on a project like this, I advise my clients that, of course, as recorded in the applicant's LVIAs, I would be appearing in the context of accepting there are significant and adverse landscape and visual effects that arise from a development of this scale, and that I was not going to demur from that. So that was my initial briefing, and then it was really dealing with as much as I could through a desktop analysis, and then having that information, using that to inform a period of time spent down locally, visiting the local area, visiting the wider area, going to as many of the relevant viewpoints as I could do, spending time on the site and in the OMB at night. And so really just getting familiar with that site and then producing my evidence. And Mum, I think the scope and purpose of my evidence is summarised in my paragraph 1.22.
Yes.
Which is, I am here to address the strategic landscape and visual context, not to replace or duplicate, but to supplement the detailed analysis that's contained within the application documents.
Thank you. Just to round off the sort of the practical, the scope of your evidence and the nature of your instruction, as it were, I asked Miss Ahern whether or not she thought that overall, now that we've got LUC's commentary, we've got her evidence, obviously, and we've got the LVIA, and of course we've got your proof of evidence as well, we've got it all, whether or not she thought that the Inspector and the Secretary of State are in a position of having adequate environmental information on which to form a judgment, and she thought that was the case. Have you got thoughts on that question of the adequacy of the environmental information on landscape before the Inspector and the Secretary of State?
Yes, Ma'am, you have primarily through the application material and the LVIAs, but supplemented by the evidence that I have provided and Ms Ahern and Ms Miller have provided, sufficient and adequate information on which to determine the landscape and visual issues in respect of the applications.
Right then. Moving on beyond then, you being instructed, let's get to some of the key high-level issues in the case that separate, for now, you and Miss Ahern, and we'll come back, obviously, to other things that separate you and some of the other witnesses, like Miss Miller. First, then, this topic of a scheme being, quote, landscape-led is obviously something now on which we've already heard, it felt like many hours of evidence already, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. I suppose to just start at the very beginning on landscape-led, what does it mean to you as a professional? What is it all about? And then obviously we need to come to how it might actually apply in this case, to the extent it does. What does the term mean?
I think, in fairness, landscape-led to me is a shorthand for a well-designed scheme that takes into account the environmental components and has, within its scheme evolution, a landscape element or contribution. So I think it tends to be used. It's not a policy requirement. There isn't something, nobody knows what landscape-led is. It's not defined anywhere. But I think we can all be sort of accused of using the term without fully comprehending what it means. Mm-hmm. What it doesn't mean is the landscape architect walks into an area and says, well, I think what we'll place here is this development and this landscape. We never arrive at a site and just lead a scheme.
Lead as in, do you mean your profession, your bit of the profession?
Our profession doesn't lead the outputs of the scheme. We arrive at a site with known objectives, mm-hmm. which is the client will say, we're looking to provide housing, we're looking to provide care home, we're looking to provide a road connection. So we know that there are design outputs, and it's how landscape as one of the disciplines informs the overall scheme development, evolution, tweaks, amendments to come to the final master plan. So it isn't in and of itself, a scheme isn't landscape-led as in one profession is leading it. Mm-hmm. It is one that is definitely multifaceted in terms of the outcome. So a landscape-led scheme isn't one that is driven by landscape and only results in landscape features. How do
the inputs from other team members, when there are other team members who are making inputs, as there obviously have been in a case like this one, how does that play into this idea about landscape-led, the sort of when you've got multidisciplinary groups, if you like?
Yeah. I think, Ma'am, if I can take you to core document 18.1, please. And of course, I have a hard copy because it's one of those standard texts. So I'm going to find your...
Is this the Natural England October 14 document?
Yes, that's right. So I'm going to give you a page reference, Ma'am, which is in the PDF. It's PDF page 9.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you will have seen that previously, which is the landscape wheel, as it's been described elsewhere. And what this helps us understand is that landscape is a term that applies to a combination of assets and facets of the environment. Mm-hmm. So you have landform, hydrology, air and climate, soils, the natural environment, flora and fauna, time depth, enclosure, settlement, and then the sort of the perceptual and aesthetics. Typically, the landscape architect adds more on the aesthetics and the perceptual part of the wheel, but all of those other parts are typically addressed by specialists in those fields. So when you have a landscape-led scheme, it's everything. It is an all-encompassing and all-embracing way of looking at the environment, which is not in itself a single strand unique and distinct from all the other components. So, Mum, you have not just the LVIAs, but you have in the ES, but you have technical analysis and design information relating to that wheel. And so that's a starting point, which is landscape-led, is not just about green stuff in some way.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say they typically address, the landscape architects?
We typically contribute most to the perceptual and aesthetic elements.
That's the greeny...
The bottom half of that
half.
wheel.
Yeah.
So they tend to be typically, although there will be something in terms of heritage which will contribute to that as well. Mm-hmm. But so that is a landscape approach, is embracing all of those parts of the environment. And it does include settlement, because townscape is, as we know, a landscape.
Now, how then do you see the role of the landscape architect in particular in assisting with new, development proposals or whatever the case may be? That you refer in your to the Landscape Institute. Hang on, let me just get the right document up. It's a document I think that you were involved in. It's document 18.10.
Oh yes.
Is the it's called? I'll just let everybody
Making
find
it home, the power
Making
of
it
landscape.
Home. Exactly, making it home, the power of landscape to create good housing. That's 18.10. Really, it's just, what, if anything, does this document from the Institute that you were involved in have to tell us that's relevant to the sort of overall approach, the overall role of someone in your profession when it comes to this kind of situation? So,
Mum, you will notice from the forward that I'm one of the co-authors of this particular position paper. So I think what's helpful is that when we turn within that document, and I think it's PDF page 3.
That is section 1, introduction?
Yes.
On PDF page 3.
So I think within that introduction, we start with the fact that it is recognised, and it's recognised within the profession, that housing developments have a major impact on the fabric of landscapes. And equally, this is the second paragraph within the introduction.
Yeah.
Equally, an approach to housing development which works within the constraints and opportunities provided by the landscape will not only minimise adverse effects, but also offer environmental, social and economic benefits. And this paper looked at that part of the outcomes that you get. And then if we turn into the next page, we get a flavour of the role of the landscape professional in the creation of these new places. So I think what's, if I can just take you to the phase 1, understanding and analysis of the site. So you will heard from Mr. Sutherland and Mr. Murdoch at the start of the inquiry, which seems an awful long time ago now, but you will have heard from them about the baseline and understanding they went through. In addition to that, the landscape assessors for the LVIAs did their own assessment of baseline. So you have many people looking at the baseline to inform the design. And step 3, the role of the landscape professional is to contribute to strategic master planning frameworks that consider the guiding principles for the development, informing the strategic and detailed design work. So it's not to lead or define, but contribute. So you are always working as part of a team of people in that respect. And then if we turn on, and I'm now losing PDF pages because I can't open it on here. So I think when we turn to section 2, which is paginated page 6.
Yes, and it's PDF page 8. There's section 2, PDF 8.
So, Ma'am, in that respect, there is an introductory paragraph which explains the role of design. So all of this is being written in the context of there being change. The landscape profession working as part of a team to bring about change. So I think that's important in understanding the professional role. That we've heard there are those who object to the scheme, but as a professional, we are fundamentally part of a team who bring forward change. And so that paragraph, I think I would highlight, is planning the landscape from the very beginning of a project or looking to improve it in an existing scheme will help get this balance right. And as policy makers and developers come under increasing pressure to meet social and environmental considerations, it is a landscape planning and design that offers a way forward in developing better places to live. And this is all about creating places, it's not about just preserving, but there is this issue about place creation. And then in this document, I just also, Ma'am, turn to section 4.
Yes, that starts on PDF page 12.
And so what's interesting, Ma'am, is, gosh, it was a long time ago since we prepared this document. So, yeah, it was a long time ago. You'll see at the start of that section, despite the recent economic downturn, there remains agreement among the major political parties that demand for housing is not being met. And at that point, there was a need for 3 million new homes by 2020. And then the next paragraph, the need to build is matched by the understanding of the need to develop homes which are resilient to the effects of climate change and have a reduced impact on the environment. So we're looking at how the landscape as a discipline, how we as professionals are involved in the delivery of this type of change, and our roles as part of the team rather than in isolation or leading. And I think within that section 4.1, Ma'am, there's some, then not traditional bullets, but they're dashed bullet points. And I think it's the 5th one down.
Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now, this was all in the context of PPS3, so that sort of aging it quite well, but I don't believe the principles have fundamentally changed at all, which is creating or enhancing a distinctive character, relating well to the surrounding and nurturing a sense of local pride and civic identity. So it's not simply preserving and enhancing, but there is this part of what we do is actually creating new places, new landscapes. And so that is an important component of what we do.
When you say, and this might be slightly over-labouring it, but I'll ask anyway, when you say creating new landscapes, what do you mean by the word landscape in that phrase? Creating new landscapes, what could that embrace?
Oh, that embraces green spaces, that embraces townscapes. And Ma'am, you may not recall because you've had an awful lot to read, but the definition of the European Landscape Convention defines landscape as being urban, peri-urban and rural. So there isn't a distinction. Landscape isn't just green stuff. It encompasses all of that. So we are talking about the creation of landscapes, and that from the landscape profession is all-encompassing.
To try and get a handle at a high level on the sort of new landscapes that are proposed through this scheme, we've seen already a couple of the parameter plans, green space structuring plans. Are there any? What would you say to the inspector? I mean, we'll get into more of the detail later, but at a high level about those, about what's proposed.
So, Mark, maybe should we start on the north, because I don't think we've spoken about the north generally in as much detail, although I think the Rule 6 have. But if we go to core document 2.9, which is the green structuring plan.
Green space structuring plan for the north.
Yes, for the north. So this doesn't include and doesn't show the development, but what we have, if we read from the left to the right.
Yes.
And I suppose a point to just pick up on from this morning's discussion, which is that bridging the railway line. Ma'am, if you see on that plan, we know where the Northern Relief Road has to start to the north of Sittingbourne.
And by that, sorry, I mean, again, state the obvious, but what do you mean exactly by that?
We know it's going to be coming from this area here.
Yeah, okay. Go on.
Because of the existing development and the committed development, we can only cross in one place.
By cross, you mean cross the...
Traverse the railway line.
Come over the railway.
The railway line. And when you go on site, Ma'am, you will see that there is an area of rough ground which has been deliberately left to accommodate the alignment. So I understand the concerns that are expressed by the Rule 6 in terms of there is going to be a bridge and it's going to have an impact. But there's very little scope for it being anywhere else if it's going to come forward. And so much of the Northern Relief Road is contained by or experienced alongside the built environment. And so this is certainly north of the railway line, it is less open countryside and proposed as being part of the townscape. And then, of course, it runs south, and there we are. So I just wanted to quickly pick up on that, because I think that we don't have a lot of scope and flexibility to put it elsewhere because of the committed developments as they currently stand.
Okay.
But what we have is a series of different types of green spaces. So we have the parkland, we have semi-natural grasslands, we have amenity green spaces. We have a real combination of green spaces which both stand on their own in some locations and are meshed within the townscape fabric, particularly to the east. So there is a series of new landscapes being proposed here, articulated in more detail as to how they will have potentially can come forward in the illustrative master plans. But in terms of what I understand we're now talking about being committed to, this is this range of transitional landscape, so it's not all one thing. The development is not all sat in mown amenity grassland, it's also connected to natural and semi-natural green spaces. So there's a real mix of outcomes in terms of the green spaces, and within the development parcels there is also a mix of how the townscape will be able to be characterised within that framework.
Thank you.
And then for the southern application, it's core document 8.18.
8.18. That's the equivalent green space structuring plan in respect of the southern application.
Yeah. And again, what we have, Ma'am, is a wide variety of new townscapes being created, but also not only threading through those townscapes, but linking them and surrounding them. We have these substantive green elements which link those together. So in combination, you do more than just simply, mitigate around the edges, but you actually pull the communities together and you provide that accessibility and that variety, which ultimately becomes more valuable to people who use them, because they're being offered a whole range of spaces and places to move through, recreate within, become embraced and embodied as part of their place of where they live. And I recognise that changes the existing place, but we are not dissuaded from change. It's about how we create the new places.
Can I ask you something that flows out of that, what you've just said? You said we're not dissuaded from creating places. You recognise that there'll be a change. Ms. Ahern, in her evidence, I think at one point in her evidence said that, and I'm summarising, this is just a very a rough summary, she linked the idea of whether a scheme could be landscape-led, to whether there would be a very significant adverse effects on landscape receptors. And ultimately, for the southern scheme, in the end, her view was it could never be landscape-led, just because of its location and because of the extent of change that would be involved, etc. Summarising what she said, obviously. How does it work in your view? You've got this concept of landscape-led development on the one hand, and on the other, you've got the idea of there being significant or very significant impacts on landscape. How do those two marry? Are they the same? Are they different ways of saying the same thing? Are they or not?
They're different concepts, to be fair. Which is, you can have a scheme which is landscape led, which based on the analysis undertaken by the applicant's team, both in terms of the design team and the planning assessing team, that informs the scheme. So it can be landscape-led, but that doesn't mean if it's landscape-led, there won't be significant effects. Because, as noted in core document 18.10, returning again to section 4.1, it's about minimising and reducing the effects on the environment, but not basically avoiding them in totality. You can't avoid landscape effects on a project of this scale, or any scale, as we've seen with other applications in the local area. Significant effects can occur with a 250 unit scheme. So we can't avoid them. It's about how we design to minimise them and how we design to create new places that will enhance the environment of the people who live, work, recreate within them.
And on that process of design, on that design journey, we've obviously heard already, in particular from Mr. Murdoch and his approach that he presented on the first day to deal with all the green grid and all of that, which obviously is in his evidence. What have you sought? What's been your approach to his evidence, if you like, in the way that you've come to build up your own assessment of the scheme?
So, I mean, Mr. Murdoch has the most in-depth knowledge of the design, the baseline, how that informed the scheme evolution, how he worked with Mr. Williams and with Miss Fiddler on minimising things. So what I know is that there's been a huge amount of investigation and analysis to produce the landscape outputs and the master plan outputs. That is a really collaborative and informed process, rather than simply placing the buildings and then fitting the landscape around. They have worked in parallel to inform each other and test and re-examine. So I know from the conversations I've had within the team that they were looking at how do you position the road, you know, when you come to the sort of the detail, how you might do further work. And it's just kept going as an iterative process with the team working together. And so what falls from that is the material you have before you, ma'am, which is, you know, cannot negate any significant and adverse effects, but certainly works hard at minimising where they are and addressing how they work together.
Now,
Ask something there then. So, if it's an iterative process, and you say everybody works together to get, is this the optimum that can be reached in terms of the way the scheme can come forward? Do you think? Is that the idea?
Yeah. So the parameters are the optimal parameters, but of course, as we know, it doesn't stop there. So when we come to the detailed design, how the landscape is treated, how the interface between the townscape and the landscape works, how the townscape is characterised, will require more design work. But in terms of where this scheme sits, having been through the process, and it's not just a process which has been ongoing within the applicant's team, but obviously they've had feedback from other consultees on design and footpath alignment and road, how the road may pass through. So it's kind of drawing all of those together to come up with the best optimal scheme at the parameters level.
But I mean, the optimal scheme in terms of the landscape, the green landscape generally, do you think?
Yes.
So, but the parameters plan doesn't really detail that, does it? I mean, the green space structuring plan does more.
Yes.
So I was just wondering why that's not to be fixed now then.
I think
it is.
I think it is now, Ma'am, because I think that was a matter you raised at
You
the
mentioned that on-
day one.
We've
think it's a matter
we've
you
said that
raised.
we're content for them to be for those two plans to be conditioned.
Oh, yes, you did actually. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough. Thank you. This plan and which you said two plans. I can't remember what the other.
Well, I say one each because there's this one.
Oh, I see. You mean
There's
the
this
north
one
and
for
south.
as in one for the north and one for the south.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And just, I've made a note, and I just want to, I don't want it to go by because there's obviously a reason why I made the note. Yeah, so, Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to turn up core document 18.3, which is this Landscape Institute notes and clarifications on the Glivia.
Hang on just a minute.
So 18.3, I'm going to rely on Mr. Simons to tell me which is the paginated, internally page 10.
Okay.
So, 18.3 and it's PDF 12.
Hold on.
Do you have that?
I do have it. Just I'm just going to get the right page. The proposed development, design and mitigation.
Yes, that's right, Ma'am. And the first part of that table, 4 brackets 1. So I think the last paragraph in the advice clarification to sort of really, I think, better articulate than my lengthy description. But it says, in considering whether design elements constitute enhancement, clear separation must be maintained between project design aims and LVIA. For instance, the provision of a sports pitch may be an enhancement to local recreation facilities, but still have an adverse effect on landscape character. So it is distinguishing the role of landscape design and the outcome from a landscape and visual impact assessment. So you can have an enhancement to the landscape, but still a significant effect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I asked Miss Ahern about this process of change, quote. I took her to references to where this idea of change emerges from things like Glivia and Glivia 3 and places like that. And I asked her about the part of that document that talks about predicting baseline in the future, how one thinks about the future. A future without the scheme that you're looking at in place, the future with or without, as it were.
Yeah.
How does that part of the Glivia approach, how does that feed into your assessment of Sittingbourne and its surrounds?
I think the simple point, Ma'am, which I'll explain a bit more, is we know change is coming down the tracks. Because we know that whether this scheme or something else, there will be new housing within Swale. There are aspirations about policy commitments to roads and aspirations for further connections. And whilst it doesn't inform the LVIA, those aspirational changes don't inform the LVIA to an extent of saying, well, what if all these things happen, therefore it doesn't matter what the impact is because we'll just balance it. It's not that. It's really when it comes down to the planning balance and putting the effects of the LVIA process into the balance is understanding that context. So, for example, the Northern Relief Road is a policy aspiration. it is geographically, locationally specific. So it is, when it comes to considering the overall effects, it is about if this development is, if a road is coming and there will be effect, we have to at least accept there is that effect. And therefore, when it comes to the balance, is that effect a reasonable one in the context of where the direction of travel is? And that sounds terrible talking about a road, and that's a bit cliche. But it is about how do we address these, cognizant of the fact that there is likely to be a change. There's an aspiration to have a change. And so therefore, when it comes to the planning balance, the fact that there is a change should not, as a starting point, be counted against the scheme because it delivers other things. So it's understanding and looking to the future. And we know there's going to be change, because I think if we take up core document 18.29, which is the Swale, it's the landscape sensitivity study.
Yes, that's the LUC document that Miss Ahern was involved in.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, hold on a minute. 18.29.
18.29.
Oh. So 18.29 or 29A?
I think for the purposes of this, either one of those documents, 29A is equally fine. I'm going to ask you to go to PDF page 17.
Hold on. I've got 29A up.
Yeah.
And
That's fine.
page 17.
Yes.
Page 17.
Hold on, it's still opening, I'm afraid, sorry.
Mine's just taken a bit of a while to open up as well.
Page 17.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, so it's the location and extent of local plan allocated sites.
That's figure 2.1, PDF page 17.
So what we know is that there has been change that has already occurred. And if I take, for example, to the north of Sittingbourne, you can see on the OS base, there's a sort of an area of white land around Kemley, but that is within the built-up area boundary, and that's because it's an old OS map. And so you have an area of white land, which is now settlement. And that amounts to 297 hectares of agricultural land, which is now within the settlement. And to the east of Sittingbourne, so those developments we were looking at this morning in terms of the committed development and the now developed land around Stone Street, that area of land amounts to in the region of 111 hectares of agricultural land that has now become part of the settlement.
Did you mean the development we were talking about this morning?
Yes, both to the north and south of the A2, that brown area, which sits,
I see.
that brown area there, and then to the west of Sittingbourne, so you have that slither between the the A249 and the edge of Sittingbourne, some of that has already been developed, which is about 65 hectares of land, with another 70 hectares allocated. So we know that agricultural land is changing to settlement. But what you will know from the opening statements the applicant made, because of the aerial photography included in Mr. Simon's statement, is that comes with very little multifunctional green infrastructure. So this is one of those issues where change happens, and I understand the discomfort for people who live here with that change coming forward. And when you're presented with the full plan of an extensive plan covering the future, I understand why that is unnerving and uncomfortable. I totally understand that. But what has been happening within the borough over a number of years is that change has been happening. And it's been happening through allocations and speculative applications, which means you just don't get that landscape-led, however that is, that kind of joined up strategy for delivering townscape and landscape together, because you're always dealing with pieces of development and not that strategic type of planning, how you bring all of those things together.
Could I ask you something that flows from what you've just said? There was some discussion with Ms. Ahern in cross-examination in particular about the extent to which, if at all, the landscape-related uses, the green infrastructure-related uses on the plans you've shown us, the extent to which, if at all, they would be of any benefit, not just to the people in the scheme, but also to existing residents of Sittingbourne, of Bapchard, Rodmersham, Tenham, and all the Highsted, and all the places around. And we went through the different elements, and I asked her, would that be of benefit, or etc. What's your take on that? To what degree should the inspector record, in your view, that what's on offer would actually be of benefit to people who are already here, not just people who would be resident in the new scheme?
No, it's fine, Mama.
Oh, turn my mic.
No.
Obviously, if you want to break, then you'll let us know.
Codeine linkers, and you can't get them anymore. When I followed some of that for inquiries, it worked cheap. But,
We could buy it separately, Matt. We could knit to boots, get some codeine and some lincers. So you mixed it together yourself.
Right. So the question, I won't repeat it, but just in a nutshell, it's to what extent, if at all, would the green infrastructure uses on offer be of benefit, not just to the people within the scheme, but without as well?
Well, I disagree with Mr. Hearn that it would be sort of wider than the new communities. You know, the contribution to Sittingbourne would be limited to possibly the sports facilities and those sort of formal sports areas. Because if that were the case, the concern about the footpaths and the road and how you cross them would not be an issue, because there would be no sense of people leaving Sittingbourne to come out to this area. So clearly people will be able to walk from Sittingbourne, and it's not just they walk through countryside, and we will get to sort of more explanation in terms of the issues of footpath and context. But it's not just that they walk from Sittingbourne to countryside. You walk to places which are designed for people. So these, I believe the vast range of spaces means that you have different people benefiting from different spaces, and maybe the same people benefiting from multitude of spaces. So people who might come and play a game of sport, it may be that while one parent's watching a game of sport, the other is taking their kid for a cycle ride round the other open spaces. People who want to enjoy the sort of the interest and variety of natural green spaces. And we know natural green spaces serve a much bigger population, because that's why we provide SANGs. People use these spaces because they add a new dimension. You have new woodlands, you have parkland. All of these are not just accessible by car, but also they sit alongside a strategic network which includes cycleways, footpaths, bus routes, which means you can draw people from a much wider area into these spaces, because that's what it's planned around. It's planned around accessibility and diversity. And one of the joys of having this type of open space, these varied spaces, is that instead of just simple big open spaces, which I know are valuable and are still present, you also get a greater carrying capacity for landscape. So a larger.
What do you mean by that? Carrying capacity? Carrying
capacity. So you have areas of space, but because of the way the land works, the way the new vegetation will work, a greater number of people can be active in a space without appreciating quite the population of users, because you are not just simply, if you have one big field and you have 5 people in it, you see all 5. If they're stood within a woodland, you don't know there's anyone else there, as a simple contrast, as explaining that. So you introduce this sort of variety and layering of experiences and routes and connectivity that you don't have at the moment.
How should we think about the contrast between what's there at the moment and what's proposed? I mean, we know about essentially lots of agricultural land, obviously, with a network of public rights of way crossing it. The inspectors experience some of it already. How do you consider that nature of experience that sort of green infrastructure network offers agricultural fields and crossed by proughs versus the sort of GI experience on offer through the scheme, the series of multifunctional spaces that you've described?
Well, Ma'am, from projects I've worked on, and obviously I've been around for a while doing this type of work, I know that schemes I designed when I was much younger, are now places that people are using all the time. And I understand there is a loss of agricultural land, but the creation of intimate spaces that are well connected become really valuable to the communities they serve. And it's not just people who live there, but people who live in and around an area. So I've been lucky to be involved in quite a number of sort of in the late 80s. That doesn't sound good. But I've been involved in projects which I revisit, and they are valued places. And I think to help, in my volume 2, Ma'am, which is CD 37.3.3.
37.3. So 3. This
Yes.
is your book of appendices.
My book of appendices.
I think you actually had hard copy in spec, but yeah. Which one is it in there?
So it's actually my appendix 1.
Right.
So it's paginated at the top. So there's all the plans. It's behind the plans.
Oh, yes.
And so it's paginated. It's an A4 sheet which is paginated in the top.
The town that nature built.
Yes,
Town that nature built. Camborne.
Camborne, and this is one of those examples of areas of arable land in Cambridgeshire which has been completely changed with the new town of Camborne, and that does include new townscapes and new landscapes. But I selected this because of this issue of the 15 years, which undoubtedly we'll get onto.
Yeah.
Within 15 years of a consented master plan, this article was prepared for the Natural World magazine, which talks about how important and how significant the new green infrastructure is for the people who live there. And there's various commentaries, and it's not just the wildlife. Obviously, this section in particular, because of where it was authored, this section in particular explains about the environmental benefits of the new green infrastructure, but more important, how this has affected the people who live there, having natural landscapes on their doorstep with these species, some of which haven't been seen in the locality for decades, are now arriving in Camborne because the spaces are there for them to be there, and how people celebrate, walking their children through these spaces to get to work. I include it, Ma'am, because it's very easy to talk about the change and look at the visualisations of turquoise and purple blocks that we have in front of us. But actually, when it comes to what we as a profession contribute to and prepare, there's real benefits to a whole range of communities, natural communities, people. And so the following appendix LP2, really just provides you with a sort of an understanding of the strategy and the diversity of the green spaces, many of which we include in our scheme in different ways, but just showing that it's that kind of range of spaces that end up with a place that communities embrace and celebrate. This is award-winning, this scheme. This is met with huge praise within the landscape and planning profession.
Thank you. There was, I think, on this topic of the management of change and looking to the future and that kind of thing, a disjunct, if that's the right word, between your approach and Ms Ahern's approach. I showed Ms Ahern Glivia, if you could just take out Glivia, the purple book, 18.41. One moment. So it's 18.41, and I took her to page 86. Within the body of section 5, page 86, and there's a heading there at the top of the page, reporting on the baseline situation.
Yes.
And I took her through the bit beneath the bullet points that says the aim should be to describe the landscape as it is at the time, but also to consider what it may be like in the future in the absence of the proposal. This means projecting forward any trends in change and considering how they may affect the landscape over time, accepting that involves a degree of speculation and uncertainty. And I asked her about that and the extent to which she'd done that in her evidence. The inspector have a note of what she said, but her view was, again, to summarise, heavily summarised, the inspector have her own proper note of what she said. She thought there were real difficulties, if I can put it like that, with asking landscape professionals to do that kind of thing. What's your approach to that paragraph?
Well, I think there are published documents in front of this inquiry which tell us what the predicted changes and trends are in respect to the landscape in this area. So I think for simplicity, Ma'am, if we turn up core document 9.1, which is the ES for the Southern Scheme.
So this is the written statement in volume 1 of the environmental statement for the South. That's 9.1.
It's the environmental statement. It's paragraph 10.137 I'm going to take you to, Ma'am.
10.137.
And I'll find the pagination when I get there.
10.137.
137 is PDF 368.
Yes.
And
PDF 368, exactly.
And paginated 364.
Okay, so we're in the landscape section of the ES.
Yes.
It landscape character, just to put us into context, starts a few pages back, about maybe 4 or 5 pages back from where you've taken us. There's a heading, landscape character, and then it starts off with national character areas, north, and then it turns to North Kent Plain, and then I think it's in the context of that it sets out a number of extracts from those character areas.
Yes. So it's providing us a context, the fact that the landscape isn't static, and in this particular character area, what are the changes that are apparent that are occurring. So there is a desire to increase woodland, active management. We know that tree disease is going to have an impact on the woodlands, at the extent and possibly the species composition. There's going to be an impact on hedgerows, new developments, significant new developments proposed within or on the boundaries of the national character area, including a number of towns, but including the Thames Gateway, and climate change, summer droughts, change for water demand for crop growth. I don't deal with hydrology, but we see there are changes coming, and the issues that are happening, which is taken account in the landscape assessment. You know, we know we're going to do this. How do we do, when it comes to the detail, how do we deal with this? It's about species selection when we come to the woodlands. It's about increasing woodland cover if that's considered an appropriate response. So they all inform how you respond to those issues that are coming towards us.
10.138, which is on the next page. Is it on the next page, if I got it right? Yes.
Yeah.
There's a reference to so-called key drivers for change.
Yes.
Including, and then obviously there's 2, aren't there? The first one talks about development pressures, offer a challenge where permitted, important to maximise opportunities for landscape and ecological enhancements through delivery of priority habitats and green space. The topography of the North Downs mean housing developments may be particularly visible from the escarpment, come back to that later, and development within the setting of the OMB create particular challenges. Well-planned green infrastructure which strengthens or restores landscape character alongside an expansion of ecological and environmental functionality, integrated with socio-economic improvement, can help mitigate climate change and provide other ecosystem benefits for people and biodiversity.
absolutely.
So what do you take out of that when thinking about a scheme like this?
I think it's about drawing on the known threats and pressures and potential changes and finding ways to address those within the scheme. So not simply deal with, in effect, washing the face of the development, dealing with its own impacts, but also what can be done within the master planning process that addresses these much wider challenges as part of an integrated scheme of landscapes and green spaces and buildings, and the issue of embedded carbon within the buildings, but really how do you deal with that as a totality, not just simply what does this development need, but how can it make a difference to these pressures that we see coming in this landscape.
So that's at the very widest level, not the very widest, but that's the whole sort of character area scale, the pressures, the changes that are identified by the people who wrote the character area assessment for that parcel. Are there any indicators as to these sorts of drivers for change, or what trends in change, as Glivia calls it, at a more localised level?
Yes, I think if we go to core document 15.3, Ma'am, which is the Swale Landscape Character and Biodiversity Appraisal.
Right. (15.3), and where would you like to go in there?
I'm just going to check because it's right. Yeah, it's whoa, a lot smaller than I can remember. Okay, so it's the PDF page 118.
PDF 118. Just to check while we're getting that, what should it have at the top? Just to make
It should
sure I'm
have
in the right place.
conclusions at the top of the
Okay.
page.
For me, that is PDF 122. Just so everyone's clear.
It might be because I've downloaded an older
No, not to
an
worry.
older core document
Hopefully
list.
it's internal paginated 119. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's PDF page 122, conclusions.
Apologies, that's having.
That's what. 122.
No, it's fine.
So, not at all. Have you got that one, madam, yet? No. Oh, sorry. No, please do, obviously. This is a Swale-wide study, isn't it, of different character areas, and these are the conclusions. So what is it you'd like to draw the inspector's eye to?
So, reading left to right, Ma'am, the second column, the last paragraph, I think, unsurprisingly, the statement, which is landscape character, is not static. And we have an exploration of where pressures are coming from increased arable cultivation, particularly to the north of the borough and the marshes and the salt marshes, agricultural practices, the way in which traditional orchards are managed and commercial orchards are growing, those sorts of things. And then an acceptance, I think, and you're going to ultimately, you and ultimately the Secretary of State are going to make a judgment on the final column top paragraph, which is the quality and rural character of the borough is vulnerable to insensitive and inappropriate development. Then that goes on to deal with the marshland is particularly sensitive to new development. And farmland to the north of the borough is sensitive to urban fringe development, such as industrial and infrastructure. So they're sort of dealing with where the greatest sensitivities are.
Yeah.
But obviously, Mum, you will conclude on whether the scheme is insensitive and inappropriate or sensitive and appropriate. But it is an understanding. This isn't a description of change that doesn't take account of the fact that development is a component of the future of the borough.
Yeah.
And so it is understanding that this is one of the issues we have to grapple with. How do you preserve the most valuable and sensitive landscapes and still deliver what is required of agricultural management, settlement growth, housing people? So I think it's fair to understand and say there is information there that gives us an indication of what the trends and changes are. And then, of course, we have what we know at a local scale is that we know we have, I know there's no progress with the local plan, but we know there is a need for Swale to look at where it places houses. We know there's the policy AS1 for a new road. So much more specifically, we know that this is an issue that has to be grappled with and how that's delivered.
So when you see it in Glivia, at the paragraph that I read out just a minute ago, this idea about trends in change being relevant to baseline, those are the sorts of things that you've got in your mind?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I want to ask you next, and I'm just going to indicate what it's going to be about, but then I think given the time, given it's quite a different topic, it might, if everyone's happy, be a good place to just pause. We're going to get on to, given all of those trends in change, given what the key constraints are in Swale, if growth is coming, where can it go? And that is quite a big topic. So I think we'll leave it hanging over the lunch break if that's all right.
Right, okay, thank you very much. So we'll have a break for lunch until 2 o'clock then. And of course, well, not of course actually, but I'd rather you didn't communicate with your team. Thank you, now we started.
All digital formats that they're all
Good,
deleted.
that's all right, that's fine. I know you know the rules.
Talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay, well, thank you very much. So we'll adjourn the inquiry till 2.
Thank you.
It is now 2 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And if you'd like to carry on, please,
I
Mr.
certainly
Simons.
will. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Mrs. Brockhurst.
Good afternoon.
Mic check. If we could turn your
Yes.
microphone on. Now, before lunch, then we were talking about the role that landscape architects have in the management of change, looking at the future pressures and trends and that kind of thing, and what Glivia tells us, what the national and Swale level documents tell us about the pressures for change. And so I'd said just before lunch, I'd said I want to turn to another topic, and that topic really is, given what those pressures are, given the exertion of those pressures, if you like, if change is coming in this part of Kent, where can it go?
Yes.
And I wondered if, to start us going on that topic, you could turn up your appendices, your book of appendices, which, for those following along online, is 37.3.3. That's your book of appendices.
Yes, that's correct.
And you set out in that those appendices your plan LP8, which is on paginated page 18, top right-hand corner pagination. A series of sort of layers, overlayering swale with different washes, etc. So if you could speak to this, as it were, and just explain what you say it tells us.
So I suppose I ought to start, first of all, by addressing the point made by Mr. Hearn last week, which is that the proposed local landscape designations have not been taken forward and confirmed. So whilst they are shown on this plan, they are not adopted in any way, having been through a review process.
Although, if we just pause that, just to see how that actually plays out in the context of our sites,
Yeah.
you've got, if you look in the southern area to the sort of west and south of Batchild, for instance, you show the proposed local landscape designation, but you also show the existing one as well.
Yes, that's right. And in fairness, that proposed local landscape designation overhatches an area that's described as being very highly constrained.
Sorry, which is the proposed one?
So
Can I just pause? I think you've got the wrong plan, Mum. I think you need
would
to
make
turn
more
on
sense.
the page.
What you said?
It's this one. It's LP8.
LP8, page 18.
Oh, right, sorry.
Right, have another go at
I
that,
see, I
Mrs.
thought
Brockhurst.
Okay.
Okay.
They work that way rather than the other way. Right,
So,
fine.
what? Just if you could, let's start again then on
Got it.
page 18. What were you saying? So it should say.
Oh, I see. Yes, yeah.
Do you,
Yeah.
do you
I'm with
see
it
that
now,
one?
So there's an over.
I remember what the discussion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I accept that they aren't actually confirmed as local landscape designations, albeit in respect of that reference we had earlier this morning
Yeah.
on core document 15.3 in the conclusions, which is the recognition in terms of vulnerability that the north of the borough is considered to be vulnerable to insensitive urban fringe development. I mean, so urban fringe rather than new settlement creation and industrial development. So I accept that that isn't the case here. So what we see, Ma'am, that and the in the bottom corner you'll see, in the bottom right hand corner you'll see the sources for where
Yes.
this mapping information is drawn from. So I haven't, it's not nothing I've invented, I've just drawn upon the material that's already been prepared primarily by the council.
Yes. And we can see, just pausing on that, while given that you mentioned that bottom right-hand key, right at the bottom of that block of text, it does require a bit of zooming in for me. You draw your red and green and, areas in terms of how constrained, very highly constrained, all the rest of it less constrained, from you say right at the end of that, Swale Borough Council choices for housing growth brackets November 2017.
Yeah, that's the PBA report.
That's exactly. So I just want to give the inspector that note. The core document reference for that, we've seen it already, is core document 18.32. And we've been through actually with Ms Ahern in some detail how PBA derived all of them, but that's what you're showing on this map.
Yes, so
Okay.
that's what I'm showing on this map. So, Mom, what we know is that within the borough, there is this central east-west corridor, which is generally environmentally less constrained than other areas within the borough. I would say that the unconstrained areas, environmentally unconstrained, are of course already part of the settlement. So there isn't a unconstrained, undeveloped option, because all of these unconstrained areas are actually already settlement.
They overwash with where Sittingbourne is at the moment.
So there isn't, in terms of any of the land outside of the settlements, which is to any significant extent unconstrained.
Mm-hmm.
So the least constrained area is obviously the pale green, and it runs along this corridor either side of the A2. And there are incidentally around the principal settlements some either area of high landscape value at the Kent level or at the Swale level, which has an impact on constraints to settlements per se.
Mm.
So that sort of provides you with, where do you go? You need to clearly, as far as can, avoid the national landscape and avoid the borough and the Kent AHLVs. But in reality, that is when one starts looking at where you place all of the components of the scheme that we're proposing, where does that leave you? Which is, can you do it without any impacts or avoiding these in totality? So, and I understand the issue, and I think it was a matter discussed with Mr. Sutherland in the first day, which was the order in which the drivers came forward, whether it was the southern scheme connecting to the M2 and then the northern scheme was added on. Mm-hmm. I'm here now looking at a master plan which delivers a northern relief road and a southern relief road, mm-hmm. and housing, employment, the whole gamut. So having looked at where that sort of least environmentally constrained area is, Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to turn forward 2 pages.
2 pages.
To the page that's paginated 16, which is the plan you had, I think, beforehand. So it's earlier in the document.
Go back 2 pages.
Go back, yes. Go back 2 pages. Which is my plan LP7.
And just to state what might be obvious, but just in case it's not obvious, the difference with this, quite a lot, well, some of the things on this plan are the same as the previous plan, but one of the things that's different is, as you can see from the bottom right hand corner, is now you're no longer mapping the PBA zones. I'll just check this, the inspector got the right one. Yes. You're now mapping, as you can see from the text at the bottom, the LUC sensitivity assessment colours.
Yes.
So that's the difference between the key difference, I guess, between these 2 plans.
Yes, that's right. So on the basis that the scheme that's being brought forward does provide the Northern Relief Road in line with, and others will deal with the planning and highways issues, but because if you're going to deliver, as we do, the Northern Relief Road, and there is an aspiration, as confirmed in the opening from Kent County Council, for a new junction and this link through.
By link through, you mean the
to
southern
the
link?
M2,
through?
the
Yes.
southern link. With those as your sort of starting and end points, clearly you are going to be looking at developing to the south and east of Sittingbourne as your starting point. And that lies within that area of less environmental constraints that we looked at just previously.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, then when you get to the sensitivity study, it is very challenging to find a location that is not of moderate or less than moderate sensitivity or without any designation or in the setting of a designation. It just, there isn't anything there that you can do that.
I think your use of very challenging chimes with what Ms Ahern said. I think she may have used the same language or very similar.
Yeah.
Very challenging.
And I don't sort of try to sit here and say it's easy, there isn't an issue. Of course that is, but you have a northern and a southern connection point and the development comes along somewhere within that zone. So what you'll see, Mum, is that this is not a settlement where there's a lot of, in the unconstrained belt, that east-west corridor, in that unconstrained belt, there's not swathes of low to moderate or...
Do you mean in the less constrained?
In the less constrained belt that we were looking at, that pale green zone, there just isn't areas that are predominantly yellow when it comes to sensitivity.
There's
just
an
the
area north of Bobbing.
Yeah, north of Bobbing, northwest of Sittingbourne.
Yeah.
So that's it. So even if that were to come forward as an immediate answer.
Do you mean by that you mean the land north of Bobbing?
Land north of Bobbing.
Right.
Even if that were to come forward, the challenges of this borough are not, therefore, you have to shut up shop, but you have to find somewhere, an alignment that you can actually deliver a road through. And that is the challenge of this environment. But what we do have is we have swathes of land further east and south of the site which haven't been assessed at all. And it might be, well, they must be at the lowest, but they're not. They're just simply so far away from a settlement that they've not been assessed.
Well, Ms Ahern explained why she's not why LUC hadn't been asked to assess those parcels. They're too far from the main town.
They're too far. So if you want to find a sustainable location that delivers wider objectives, you are geographically limited to the area we're limited to. And that means you do develop in land which does have, some parts of it have a high landscape value and some of it has a moderate to high sensitivity. But you do avoid extensive development, and we've got the junction in the national landscape, but you avoid all other development within the national landscape and you avoid extensive incursions into the wider areas of high landscape value beyond the settlement. So it really is, you have to go, if you're going somewhere, there isn't any way of avoiding either a protected landscape or a sensitive landscape.
One of the washes, if that's the right word, one of the keys, one of the not designations that you don't show, you show quite a few, is one that I took Ms Ahern to in my cross-examination of her, which is something called an urban fringe GBI enhancement zone.
CD 1528.
That was it. I wondered if you could just explain, trying to layer all of these different constraints on top of one another, if you like, how that one plays in. I'm sorry?
Urban fringe, what did you call it?
Enhancement zone for green and blue infrastructure. It was we looked at it with Ms Ahern, but let's look at it again. So it's core document 15.28. And what page is it in there that we should be looking at?
It's PDF 7. It's entitled Figure 24.
Right.
So on that, Mum, you can see the general area and disposition of where the application sites are located south of the railway line, across to Tenham. The area that we are proposing as the sort of principal parkland is annotated as a GBI enhancement zone. The key's on the next page, which is slightly frustrating, but you'll see the annotation urban fringe green blue infrastructure enhancement zone. So we have that in respect of the northern application, and then in terms of the south-eastern application area, everything from the settlement edge out south and east has also carries that annotation. And you will see there are existing areas of currently accessible green infrastructure within that.
So is this, can't remember, is this a proposal for the support of the new local plan, which has been, or is this part of the evidence base of the?
It comes out of, there's another document which is, it was, so 15, I think 31 sets out the purpose of the document. It was prepared in 2020.
So it will be probably to support the new local plan then, won't it?
Is to guide opportunities for a greener, healthier and more biodiverse and prosperous borough for the period 2020 to 2039. And that's in the executive summary in CD 1531.
It's not, yes, just to answer you exactly, it reads more like a sort of draft SPD rather than, or strategy rather than a piece of evidence based to inform an emerging local plan. But the council can no doubt tell us when it gets to their planning evidence what it's for.
Mm-hmm.
So what then, Mr. Brockhurst? So what's the relevance of the wash in your view of the what's it called it being in an enhancement zone, an urban fringe enhancement zone for green and blue infrastructure?
Yes, well, I think it's important to recognise that this issue of connectivity and usability of the green spaces that we're providing, and the sort of the suggestion that then they're unlikely to be used, this document appears to indicate that actually the encouragement is to direct people to areas, both to change to the landscape to improve the green and blue infrastructure qualities of that part of the landscape, but also to encourage people to use it. So I think there is a strategy which is about getting people into spaces such as this, direct from Sittingbourne. This is the Sittingbourne Green Infrastructure Enhancement Zone. And it is about getting people active in spaces. So I think that's sort of that link of this locationally to deliver the road, you are restrained to somewhere in this part of the borough. But more importantly, if you're going to enhance the green infrastructure, this is precisely one of the areas, not the only, but one of the areas which the council have clearly considered as being appropriate for that type of provision.
If that were to happen, if GBI were to be enhanced in the area, in this area, does that imply change to the prevailing rural agricultural landscape?
Yes, it does, because I think it was a matter that was looked at specifically with Mr. Hearn, but the type of, so in core document 1531, Mum, it's PDF 6, table 1, CD 1531.
The one we just been got it up here.
So it's a separate document to the one we were looking at with the plan. It's been loaded as two separate documents.
Oh, sorry.
So it's 1531. We were looking at 1528.
Oh, hang on a minute.
The two, I think, go together, even though
They
they
do
are
go
separate,
together, but they've been
separate
split.
CDs.
Okay, I just had that one open. Hang on a minute. Says draft on it, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, got that. Page 6.
PDF 6 and paginated 6 as well. There we are. That table 1 shows examples of the types of landscapes that may provide for both green and blue infrastructure and multifunctionality. And we have urban parks. Obviously, this isn't on this plan and strategy, this isn't an urban area, but country parks, formal gardens, woodlands, nature reserve, grassland. So there is undoubtedly, if you want to enhance the green infrastructure, and clearly it needs enhancement, otherwise it wouldn't be an enhancement zone because it would already be a valued area of green infrastructure. There will, if there's a strategy, then there will be change to the landscape through some means of intervention to deliver these types of assets. And after that table...
After that table, did you?
Yes. You'll look at the paragraphs that follow. And I think paragraph 1.9, in a similar way to planning strategically for grey infrastructure, such as roads, utility, is just as important to plan for green infrastructure at a strategic level to deliver well-connected and healthy and natural environment. And then it's a green and blue infrastructure network consists of interconnected space transcending the urban environments, linking to a wider countryside and coastal areas in order to provide a range of social, economic and environmental. And I think that's important in understanding that the green infrastructure as it's provided isn't a barrier to continuing to access the wider countryside.
It's a barrier, you say?
It's not a barrier.
Right.
It is a changed character. It's a change in land use. All of those things change, but it isn't an impenetrable means that disconnects Sittingbourne from the wider countryside. There will be, you pass through that and continue to the wider countryside. So it isn't this sort of, you get to our green infrastructure and then there's nothing beyond. We still sit within that wider context.
Thank you. So far, so much of in terms of the strategic picture. You've looked regionally, you've looked at swale, you've looked at the different sort of sensitivity areas and the different areas where development may be more or less constrained. Let's zoom in now to an assessment of the impacts of this scheme and of both applications. And I wanted really to get this bit of the examination in chief going with reference to something that's said in the opening of the council. What the council said in their opening submissions, and I'll read it out to you, but it's at paragraph 22 of their openings. No, not at all. 22. They say that the applicants... What? Sorry. They say the applicants now appear to approach the matter on the basis there'll be significant adverse effects on landscape and visual impacts. Now, their evidence recognises the harm Of course. Now, the council, in their opening statement at paragraph 22, there is a document reference for it, isn't there? Which I'm just going to try and find. Anyway, I'll give it you in a minute. Council's opening, paragraph 22, they say that the applicants now appear to approach the matter on the basis there'll be significant adverse effects on landscape and visual impacts. They go on to say their evidence recognises the harm caused by the applications, although it often studiously avoids that term in its evidence, which is the term being harm. So the suggestion is that we avoid the idea of there being harm. And then it goes on to say the somewhat colourable terminology of, quote, extent of change should not displace the need to understand the actual harm of what's proposed, both in the short term and the long term. So it appears to be a suggestion against you on behalf of the applicant that there's some artful sidestepping going on here of the nature and extent of harms that are happening.
Yeah.
And I want to get your analysis of that proposition.
That wasn't a big question at all. So, first of all, the word harm. Harm is not used in the Glivia, the Purple Book, at any point. So the landscape and visual impact assessment process tends to deal with negative, positive, neutral, or adverse, beneficial, neutral.
Yes.
It tends to be very much like that. And the determination of whether that is harm typically is then taken through on the sort of planning analysis.
Right.
Because it isn't something that is an issue within Glivia, that we have to conclude whether that's harmful, but report whether it is adverse or neutral.
Okay.
And, you know, I've been asked this on a number of occasions, if it's adverse, it must be harmful. And I think I can understand where that connection comes from. But the reality is that an adverse change to the character, i.e. the loss of an agricultural field, but the delivery of something else in itself may not in totality equate to harm. So it is understanding that whole context, not just simply assigning and transposing harm for the word adverse. And I think in fairness to Miss Ahern, she also accepted last week that an adverse effect in its own right wasn't necessarily harm. So that's consistent. But this issue about the sort of significant effects, in my proof, Ma'am, I have accepted significant adverse effects on landscape character and views arising from the applications. And I set that out in my paragraph E5.
E5.
Which is the executive summary.
Oh, right. This is in your main proof.
In my main proof, yes.
On page 5, I think.
Yeah.
You say... your executive summary. So it's at the bottom of that where you say inevitable, significant adverse effects on local landscape character, landscape resources and the views of people.
Yes. I also deal with it in my paragraph 1.19. Having advised on the likely scope of my evidence based on acknowledging that unavoidable and inevitable significant and adverse landscape and visual effects will arise from either proposal and in combination. That was the basis of my instruction, or how I was prepared to proceed on an instruction. And then in my...
Could I, before you leave that paragraph, just ask you about one of the words that you used there? Well, I suppose they're two words, but I guess they mean sort of the same thing. Unavoidable and inevitable.
Yes.
That's the way you describe the significant adverse landscape visual effects at 1.19?
Yes.
I suppose just try and get a sense as to what you mean by those words, because one of the things I suppose that could be said is that, well, there's a very straightforward way of making sure those adverse effects are avoidable and are not inevitable, which is to say you don't develop this scheme at all. You know, without the scheme, southern scheme or northern scheme or both, then there's no impacts at all. No. So in that sense, they are avoidable. In what sense did you mean those phrases?
I mean that in any development that comes forward within Swale Borough will be on greenfield sites and will inevitably result in adverse landscape and visual effects for that area, wherever that might be within the borough. And you cannot bring forward new development of any scale in particular, because we see in the decision notices for other applications where smaller schemes, the council have refused them on the basis of significant landscape and visual effects. So we know it happens even at a small scale. There isn't a way of avoiding bringing forward any form of development in greenfield locations which don't have landscape and visual effects.
Right. Thank you. I cut you off there. You might not be able to remember where you were going next, but you were about, I think, to take us to a different paragraph.
Yes, and I think in paragraph 1.27, which is page 11, and I think I got my PDFs all synced up, so it should be PDF 11 as well.
You did.
I've worked quite hard at that, my IT skills. Really, I did work hard, I did do that deliberately, but I then had to rely on my own IT. So paragraph 1.27.
Right.
So, Ma'am, I have proceeded with my evidence on the basis that you will find significant adverse effects on landscape and visual resources. I don't demur from that. I also have accepted that you may agree with LUC in terms of what they advised during the determination period, which was, we think there are more effects.
More effects.
And greater significant effects. So I'm not saying that doesn't happen and they should be diminished. I accept that that's what we have here. So I don't think but I don't think it's the first time in my evidence, because in the main statement of common ground, Mark, and we don't have to take it up if you'll note, CD 34.1.
This is the main one, the overall planning one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was sort of the earlier part before I'd written my proof. Table 1 and table 7.1 and table 7.2.
So these are in the landscape chapter of that document that starts on page 26, just for the inspector's note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was agreed in the main statement of common ground as well. And I, when in drafting that, I highlighted the specific receptors that would experience those, and they're the ones that are agreed. So that's what the party agreed as the receptors experiencing significant adverse effects.
Right. Okay. So I mean, and I don't know what the council's going to ask you, obviously, but if this point in the opening is going to turn into something that gets run in sort of cross-examination, to paraphrase, you're sort of dancing around. It's not put like that, obviously. But you're evading confronting what harms are coming forward. You know, what's the answer to that, do you think?
Absolutely not. And I think, Ma'am, another reference or two references for yourself, which is the understanding. I'm going to be honest, both of the LVIAs are incredibly big, and rather than wade through all of them, Ma'am, I'm going to suggest we look at the... why didn't I label that? I'm going to suggest we look at the LUC landscape opinions for both the north application and the southern application.
Right.
So it's CD 4.16.
Let's just find that one.
That's in respect of the north.
4.16 for the north.
4.16 for the north. So if we start there, if you have that document.
So this one was, it looks like, checked and then approved by Ms. Ahern back in 2024.
Yes. And while I do that, I'm also going to... Is that the latest one? No, that's not the latest one. Yes, that's right. Sorry, my error. I've tried to make life easier for myself and just not done that. So it's CD 4.15.
Thank you. So this is September 24.
Yeah. And what you have there, Ma'am, is at Appendix A, which is internally numbered A-1.
Page PDF 13. Yeah, PDF 13.
So what you have is LUC helpfully summarising the effects, the significant effects that the LVI has identified, and everything in green is classed as a significant adverse effect. And it is those adverse effects which were then taken into the main statement of common ground as the areas that we agree experience significant adverse effects.
Right.
And then similarly, in core document 10.58, you have a similar table, and each LVIA used a slightly different methodology and slightly different thresholds, but similarly in Appendix A you have a table which highlights where the significant and adverse effects were. Appendix A, yeah, Appendix A in both documents. Now, I accept that judgments may be that LUC think there are more or the effects may be greater, but this application hasn't been brought forward without acknowledging the impacts that occur within these landscapes.
Thank you. What about then and again, don't know what the allegations are going to be in cross-examination, but what if this is said, what about the point that either the LVIA or indeed your work take a disproportionate focus towards positive aspects of the scheme rather than negative, as a sort of flip side of underplaying harms?
Well, I think there's the two different strands which we looked at this morning, which is you can have an adverse effect, but you may have a beneficial component within the master plan. So they don't balance each other out, but there are aspects of the scheme which do deliver benefits. But what you'll find, Ma'am, is that unlike some LVIAs you may have seen, there isn't a conclusion overall that there are any significant benefits to the landscape character and visual environment arising from these schemes in terms of the LVIA and the planning balance you will have to make in terms of weighing those significant effects, Ma'am. So you're not being asked by the applicant to take into account, well, all of this is fine, but overall it's a benefit. It has never been the case of the applicant that is what we have in terms of the effects.
Sorry. On those parts of what's being proposed that are thought to be beneficial, do you remember that we went through almost not exactly bit by bit, but sort of bit by bit with Ms. Ahern?
Yeah.
And in the end, and again, the inspector will have a note, but my recollection of what she said was in the end she did accept that there would be a beneficial aspect of the scheme coming forward in relation to there being more trees.
Yeah.
But I think from a landscape point of view, that was it. I mean, that was the only thing that she pointed to.
Yeah.
What's your assessment of that part of her evidence, and how does it compare to your approach?
Well, my approach is that in light of the actual changes that will inevitably occur here, there are components of the scheme, quite considerable components of the scheme, that are going to be of benefit to the existing and the new communities, primarily driven through the provision of a varied multifunctional green infrastructure provision and strategy that comes alongside. But those benefits are not assessed in a way of then switching adverse effects to beneficial effects, but they are components of the scheme that I think deliver a huge opportunity that doesn't exist. It delivers on the enhancement zone, delivers a lot for the community within Sittingbourne. So I think it's really important that those are acknowledged, and I'm sure we'll get onto it, but there's an absolute range of benefits that come through from the landscape. But when you do the assessment of effects, you don't just mask the adverse effects by layering those on, but they are considerations in terms of when we get to the planning balance in terms of what is provided within the scheme.
Could I ask you about this term significant, which is obviously used by everybody, by Mr. Ahern, by you, by lots of EIAs, landscape architects, LVIAs. What does it mean? What does it tell us in terms of things like the magnitude of a change, in terms of the geographical extent of a change, or whatever? What does the guidance indicate, and how should we approach it as a term?
So if we start, so the magnitude of the change is just one of the factors that are used to reach a conclusion on significance. So significance is a function of sensitivity and magnitude. Mm-hmm. Sensitivity of the resource, magnitude of change experienced by the resource, and then you get the significance. And in terms of this issue of geographic extent, I think if I take you, Ma'am, to CD 18.3, which is the notes of clarification, which which we had open earlier. And so, this.
Which page were you on, Mrs. Brockhurst?
Sorry,
So sorry.
I'm on paginated 13, internal page 13.
Page 13, PDF 15. Yes.
And I'm going to look at item 5 brackets 11.
Yes. Magnitude, interpreting geographic extent for landscape judgments.
Yeah. And I mean, and this is not, hasn't never been an easy concept within the profession, which is why it's been the subject of this clarification note.
Right.
But one has to look at how how the change affects determining qualities or characteristics of a character area. So if you, in my experience, if you have an impact on a small part of a large character area, and I'm sure you may have experienced this, Ma'am, where all parties agree that the national character area isn't relevant because it covers a massive area and the change we're doing is quite small. It's informative but not determinative. That still applies even when you get down to local character areas, which is if you make a change to a small part of one character area, does that alter the balance of the wider character area? And I think what was helpful last week, explored with Mrs. Miller, I think in cross-examination, was this issue of the description of the Bicknor landscape character area, which barely references the presence of the M2 in it. And that's because the M2 is not determinative of the character area. So of course, geographically, features are recognised in the role they play within that character area. And that's the same with the changes as we propose. Does Bicknor, would you rewrite the description of Bicknor if you put the junction in or not? It's not determinative, it's not significant in that geographic extent, in that measure of geography.
Thank you.
And I think that the last point in that section, Ma'am, 511, and I think it came out of a question I think you put to Miss Ahern, which is what you want to know is what is most important or significant in terms of EIA. So there may be other effects that are adverse but not significant. Well, in the EIA terms, that's why we look at significant effects, not all effects. It is a focus
Yes.
on identifying the ones that are important.
Yes. Thank you. Linked but separate topic, moving on a little. I asked Miss Ahern about the approach that she'd taken to considering the way that the scheme could come forward, and she described her approach as worst case, or words along the lines of worst case. She says it's important for landscape architects to assume, if you like, a worst case and judge it on that basis.
Yeah. Before we move to that, can
Yes.
I just jump back to this issue of significant effects
Of
as
course.
well, Ma'am?
Yeah,
In
yeah,
that
yeah.
same document, core document 18.3, if you go to page 8, internal page 8,
Internal. That's PDF 10. Oh yeah, there's a section on significance and how to assess it.
yeah,
Yes. What do you take out of this passage?
it's the last part of this, really, which is, I mean, obviously you take all of it into account, but it's this issue of judgments on significance, Ma'am, and the last paragraph. It should be noted that judgments of significance are not judgments of acceptability. So this is this issue of adverse equating to harm. but not judgments of acceptability considering the policy contents, which is a matter for decision makers. For example, it may be the case that the LVIA concludes that a proposal would result in significant adverse effects on receptors, but the proposal could be considered acceptable when judged alongside other factors in the overall planning balance.
Right.
So that's where these beneficial components of the scheme come in. So I'm afraid the heavy lifting there goes to Mr. Bashforth.
Right.
Which is looking at those beneficial consequences of the scheme, and that's why my evidence does deal with them. In fairness, I couldn't expect the council to be highlighting those benefits, but that's why I put them in there, because they do come into the equation when we get to the planning balance.
In July.
In July.
Okay. Thank you.
But again, and in fairness, to complete that paragraph, conversely, the LVIA could identify no significant effects, but the proposals could be found to be unacceptable when judged alongside other factors in the overall planning balance.
Yeah.
So there's the point at which we as a profession stop, and you planning lawyers and the inspector and the Secretary of State take over.
Can I just ask a quick question about significance? It's not something we've just been covering, but I noticed, I think it was pointed out, that the point where significance is reached is different in both schemes. And I didn't understand why that would be the case.
Each practice, because what we have are guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, there is no prescription as to how we define the terms and what we do with it. The critical part in the methodology is stating where that threshold is for the assessment methodology that is being used. So what happened with these applications was 2 different consultancies were appointed to write the LVIAs. And the north was Land Management Services, and Wendley Fidler and David Withicombe were dealing with that. And then to the south, it was David Williams, and I think he's another sole practitioner. So he did the southern one. The important thing for you, Ma'am, is both of those identified where their threshold was for significance and have applied that consistently in reporting the effects.
But so it's all relative, is it? That's the whole point.
It's all relative within the assessment context. So, for example, in my LVIAs, I don't have bands of criteria. I just say whether something is significant or not significant. We all do it slightly differently. What is clear is that each of the LVIAs set out their methodologies, which have not been disputed, and both of those different methodologies are agreed. But within that, they have said, for the north, everything above this level is significant, and for the south, everything above this level is significant. What you do have is a list of significant effects.
I mean, it's just odd, isn't it, that in one, a moderate adverse is considered significant, and in the other, it's not.
Yeah.
And that just seems to me to be rather strange.
It is. It's only strange if it weren't explained why that is the case, and it depends on the number of criteria used in you know, if there's a 3-point criteria, a 5, a 7.
I suppose the southern scheme is bigger, isn't it? So maybe it needs more sort of
range,
greater range.
Yeah,
maybe
it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Unfortunately, the profession can't help you any further on
No,
that. I think
that's
we've
all right,
all been debating it for a long time and got nowhere.
Right then. Now, still on sort of professional approach, as the question I was sort of developing before about this idea of worst case and the extent to which LVIAs should be done on what Mr. Hearn described as a worst case scenario, assuming the worst case. What's your evidence on that?
So, Mum, worst case, it's true that when assessing effects, and particularly the baseline, one takes the worst case, most commonly in relation to views. We like to take our photography if time and programming permits. During the winter months when there's no leaves, it's the most visually exposed. So we have this sort of, that is the worst case baseline scenario. But in terms of assessing what happens in terms of worst case, it's not a matter of assessing, well, what does the road do, or what does the housing do, or what does the employment, because they're the development, they're the worst case. Because the assessment process we follow is to assess the project. That's all the components of the project, not just sort of the built elements, which may be considered to be the least positive in a landscape context. And so I'm going to take you, Ma'am, to core document 18.41, Purple Book.
Clivia 3, 18.41. And where in there would you like to take us?
I'd like to take you to page 55.
55. Yes.
So this is the sort of, what are you looking at? And this is sort of taking you through, this is in the section which talks about the proposed development, design and mitigation. So it's taking us through the process, and then we get to this section which is the project description, specification, should provide a clear and concise but also comprehensive description of the development proposals. As a minimum, describe siting layout, project description, all of those things. And so it is not a case of sort of picking out the worst elements of the development. It is about looking at the totality of the proposals. You cannot just skip over the sort of the more attractive, beneficial elements because it's not worst case. They are part of the project. So, and I think, and just to follow on for your note, if you look from paragraph 4.20 through to 4.34, you kind of get a description of all of the things that would fall within the project. So, and that includes all the mitigation measures.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that maybe what she meant was because it's an outline scheme, you can't necessarily depend on a lot of the mitigation that's being proposed?
Well, you know the parameters. I mean, that's an interesting one, which is because it's an outline scheme. But of course, you'll recall that a lot of the evidence was about detailed illustrative road alignments, which are not within the application. No, fine. Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't. Really sensitive hearing here. I can't hear what you're saying, but I'm just distracted. So you have parameters. So we're assessing the maximum building heights, the maximum width of blocks, the extent of a block spread. What we're not doing in the assessment is assessing the finer grain. Well, there'll be street trees and the houses won't actually be a solid big block. There'll be a convoluted roofscape and there'll be trees. We don't do that. We're assessing those big blocks of development parcels. We're assessing the fact that we have got green spaces that will be woodland or parkland. We have to make a few assumptions as to what will be in a woodland and parkland. i.e. not all grass. So we are assessing the worst case in terms of the parameters, but we're also assessing the entirety of the proposals.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you about the different stages at which the proposals are assessed? So normally, or I say normally, in this case, we've got like at construction things are assessed, and then at year 1 things are assessed, and then also at year 15 things are assessed as well. And Ms Ahern, I think, takes a point against the way that has been done, or the way she thinks that's been done by the applicant in the LVIA, to do with the idea that, I'm again summarising, just to summarise, the inspector have a better note, but the idea being that year 15, she says, should properly be compared against the existing baseline rather than against year 1, essentially. What's your assessment of the right approach to these different snapshots in time of assessment?
I think, firstly, Ma'am, I've pushed my button. Where I sort of set out the project, we have construction stage and operational stage in terms of the life cycle. Paragraph 4.17 and 4.18. So they're the sort of standard stages. We're not clearly dealing with a decommissioning and restoration stage in this project.
So it talks about construction and operation.
And then we look at year 15, some assessments look at year 20, they're all very different. But this issue of what do you assess at year 15? And I don't agree with Miss Hearn that Glivia tells us that we look at what happens at year 15 compared to the baseline, because if we turn to paragraph 4.31,
31
of Glivia. 4.31.
Page 62.
Page 62.
Yes.
So, and this is where year 15 comes in. So you have to read the paragraph as a whole. But when you come to the second half, where it starts, where planting is intended as a visual screen for development, it may be appropriate to assess the effects for different seasons and periods of time.
Yeah.
0, year 5, year 15, in order to demonstrate the contribution to reducing the adverse effects of the scheme at different stages. So it's about where we are at day 1, year 1, and how we reduce those, not because it's not possible to how it returns to baseline. It's how we reduce the effects that are assessed for year 1, or the day the development's completed. So I don't agree that it is, as Mr. Hearn was saying, and in fairness, she didn't take us to anything in Glivia specifically, but my experience has always been it's about how does that effect reduce or alter, it's not a reassessment at year 15, take the baseline and reassess at year 15.
Okay. The key, I suppose, series of disagreements, I say key, certainly the area of disagreements that we spent most time on with Miss Hearn's cross-examination actually related to the roads, or in particular the features of the Southern Relief Road, obviously, also bits of the northern one as well, but it was that was the key. I mean, overall on highways matters, to state what's blindingly obvious, but Mr. White, what we've got highways evidence is all to come. But just at a very high level, given all of that, what are the key things you want the inspector to take away on your side of things so far as the highways matters are concerned?
So what I want to note is that in terms of the assessment that's been undertaken by the two landscape practices for the north and the southern applications, they have assessed the parameters for which permission is being sought, not detailed road junctions and any of that, because that is still to be designed and agreed. So that's what they have looked at. And and I agree with Mr. Hearn, they have been dealing with this over many months, over a number of years, and have, when they've been undertaking that assessment, because I've spoken to both of the practices, been engaged and in correspondence with the other members of the design team, including the highways and the master planners. So they have done that with the knowledge they have gained from working within the team.
I suppose there is some certainty, isn't there? Because the parameter plan actually shows the route, doesn't it, of the...
Yeah.
So it's reasonable, isn't it, to consider the things that we were discussing about how it's going to get over the dry valley and all that sort of stuff.
It's reasonable, although what I do note, and I can't talk to it because it's really beyond my pay grade, but what I do know is that there has been a variety of amendments and iterations undertaken by Mr. Wild and his team to change the road, to change its horizontal and vertical alignment, to address the junctions. So in terms of assessing the parameters, which could be, you know, the most sort of worst case part of the development, which is, you know, road at 4.1 metres across and embankments, all of that, that's what they've assessed. But it may be that it is improving with the iteration of the designs. And my understanding from speaking with Mr. Wild is there have been some steps forward on how these features and how the drainage works in combination with the road, its alignment, how you can deal with a dry valley, have and can evolve significantly. So the parameters are fair. We know the alignment. We can make a number of assumptions based on the data that's within the model of the outline application, and that is what they have assessed.
Thank you. Anything else?
Sorry. And so, and I think there is some of it. In fairness, there's a perception of terminology within highways, language, and landscape. So I can understand how some of the issues about overbridge, in landscape perceptual terms, sounds like some extraordinary structure. In reality, it is not this big arching, overflying bridge across a river. It may well just be a road with a slight bridge structure to it, or a culvert. So there's still some of the language, I think, that's transposed from the highways material into the landscape assessment may suggest something more, but that is what they've assessed is what is within the parameters.
Okay. One of the things in her discussion of the road and its features that Mr. Hearn returned to repeatedly was that in her written and oral evidence was this idea of linear features, and a real sort of, a repeated thrust of her critique, she calls it a critique in her section 7 of her proof of evidence, was that there was far too great a focus on linear features, again, to paraphrase what she says, obviously, too great a focus on linear features and green infrastructure, sort of focusing on the roads, if you like, rather than what she called a missed opportunity to do something different. So your take on that theme of linear features, I suppose, to what degree are they already characteristic of the landscape, and how much of a problem is it if she's right about her critique?
I think there's a real mix of features. So there are copses, there are organic large-scale woodlands, but there are distinctive linear features, particularly the tree belts and the windbreaks, that are striking in this landscape. So there is a mix, but I don't think it is fair to say there's few or they're not distinctive. They are really noticeable. And Mum, if you have the opportunity to drive along the M2 from west to east, and as you pass the site and look out over the site, there are these striking tree belts that are distinctive and linear, and they follow landform and river course and road alignments.
Well, I actually, if you perhaps don't remember, but I did actually ask her about those.
Yeah,
Linear belts.
So I think there's that. I think also when one looks at the alignment of rural lanes, they tend to be on a sort of north-south axis. There's a real strength of that kind of linearity in terms of connecting in those directions as well. So I think there are linear features and there are other features. And in fairness, the strategy for the development in the northern and the southern applications is a combination of some linear features and some more organic sort of clustered elements as well, particularly in terms of trees and woodlands.
Thank you. Now, changing tack slightly, but again, so along this theme of how you've both assessed effects and the differences between you and Ms. Ahern, I asked her several times about the extent to which she'd had considered it not just adverse effects but beneficial ones too, benefits, whatever it might be. And one of the things that she said in response, to paraphrase, was that, you know, why would I or how could I, words to that effect, when the LVIA doesn't, she said. You know, the LVIA doesn't, and if the LVIA is not suggesting that there are such things as beneficial features or whatever they, or beneficial impacts, whatever they might be, then why on earth would I, was a summary of what she said. So questions that arise from that bit of her evidence then, how do we use the LVIA as a tool when we're thinking about this kind of thing? Why or how do you use it to get to the position in your evidence of the beneficial impacts that you record?
I think when it comes to preparing evidence for yourself and the Secretary of State to consider, is that I'm not limited by the content of the LVIA in terms of the scope of my commentary and observations. So the LVIA has a very specific purpose.
What's that?
And it is to identify and assess the significant effects and record whether they're beneficial or adverse, so that those who are determining the application know which effects should be taken into the planning balance.
Yeah.
But as we discussed earlier today and earlier this afternoon, Mum, just because there are no beneficial effects recorded doesn't mean there aren't any beneficial elements to the scheme. And I think if I can again take you back to Glivia, Purple Book.
18.41.
And to page 63.
Page 63.
So enhancement. So I'll sort of come back to embedded and additional mitigation, which I think was a point you raised earlier on, but I'll come back to that. But in terms of how the landscape is presented within a scheme, the provision of woodland as screening doesn't mean that the only function of the woodland is a screening function. The woodland will have a climate change function, it will have a wildlife function, it will have multi-functions. So in terms of the mitigation, that applies as well, which is something which may be placed in order to address an adverse effect in its own right can be seen as an enhancement or a benefit of the scheme. And the reason I say this is that enhancement proposals should not be an afterthought. So they are part, and that's at paragraph 4.36. So in developing the landscape strategy between the landscape design master planners and assessors, there is this strategy for what does the green space do, how does it address the baseline conditions, the future trends. And obviously, when we have a new development, if we turn to paragraph 4.37, when we have a new development, it's not about the sort of improvement to a derelict landscape and enhancement, but we can, as part of a enhancement strategy, provide new local landscape character. So the loss of an agricultural character doesn't mean there's a loss of landscape, but there is the provision of a new landscape character. And again, sort of to some extent, the reference to Campbell is helpful, because you do change, but you create new places, and that isn't excluded from the process of understanding the proposed development. And, you know, can it assist in meeting landscape manager objectives? Well, we know that there is an objective, albeit in draft, but an objective for enhanced green and blue infrastructure in this part of the landscape. So, and can it help address other opportunities and issues for habitat improvement? I won't go there. Mr. Baxter, I'm sure, will deal with that in the weeks to come. So I don't believe I'm limited simply by what is said in terms of effects, but by looking at, taking a step back and looking at, well, what is this scheme providing? Whilst it results in adverse impacts, what is it providing in totality? So that is where I take that from. So I think one has to understand that you can go beyond the LVIA when you're producing evidence, and if I'm wrong on that, I'm sure the inspector will make that point. But that my experience is that that's what you are able to do, and if you choose to limit yourself to what's said in an LVIA context, then that's a choice you make. But from my point of view, I wanted to look at the whole of this scheme, because I have to provide information to Mr. Bashforth for when he comes to prepare his evidence, to understand what does this scheme do in order to address the adverse consequences of building these areas of development, these areas of houses, employment and the road.
It looked like you were going to ask a question, Bella.
My thoughtful face.
Okay, fine. Okay,
I was just thinking we had a similar discussion at another inquiry I did with you, I think, on that.
right.
But I think
go
also
on.
this thing with new landscapes, I totally understand and get the concept of why people get concerned about agricultural landscapes, because they're there, we've lived with them, they're historically contributed to the character of an area. But it doesn't put the provision of agricultural landscapes is somehow better than another type of landscape. Mm-hmm. It is, they're different, and they may add, agriculturally, there may be a much lower nature conservation value, there may be a much lower connectivity, because there's, you know, a single footpath that crosses a landscape rather than connects with anything else. So it may be limited in some way. So it isn't one landscape character and one landscape land use is preferable to another.
Thank you. I think we'll move on for now from this topic of LVIA and benefits and come on to, or a linked question really, which was Mr. Hearn's understanding about the extent of green infrastructure on offer through the scheme. She said at one point, I think it was in cross-examination, and again I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, well, it's the sort of thing one would expect to see, she said. It's the sort of thing that one would expect any scheme of this sort of scale to be bringing forwards. And I said, really, is that your understanding? Well, we'll come back to that. And here we are coming back to it. So is she right? Is her understanding correct that the sort of nature and scale of GI, if I could use that term as an umbrella term, on offer, is it just what one would expect, basically?
No, absolutely not. It is far exceeds what one would expect.
Do you unpack that a little bit?
Oh, yes, please. So if we start with the Northern application, Ma'am, and I'm going to take you, if I may, to core document 6.1. And it's, if I've got my note right, it's PDF page 107.
So this is the officer's report.
This is the
for the Northern.
Yes, for the Northern.
107, did you say?
Yes, well, we'll see if that's right.
We'll see if it's right. We'll find out. 107. PDF 107.
Yeah, so PDF 107, what we have there, Mark?
I'll just wait, hang on. Just let everybody get there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so on that page, I'm going to draw your attention to the table 7.5.1. Now, my understanding is that some of these numbers have moved on, but only in terms of a positive moving on. But as this is the document I have and is before the inquiry at the moment, I'm just going to speak to this in general terms, Ma'am. So what we see there is, well, I suppose a recognition that the scheme provides a variety of spaces and green spaces and land uses. And that is what is expected of a development of this type in this location. So it isn't any land in between development should be retained as agricultural land. There is an expectation that any land will be changed in character in terms of the green infrastructure provision. But what we see there is overall, with the exception on this calculation of natural and semi-natural green space, and I shall allow others, I think Mr. Bashforth will deal with this in more detail.
He's got a lot to do, Mr. Bashforth, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Should have been here today.
Yes, okay.
So, but what you see, Ma'am, is in general terms, there is an over-provision against the requirements.
Not against the second one, though.
Not against the second one. And as I say, I think there may be a modification to that because of new calculations. But at the moment, that is my understanding. And, Ma'am, just in terms of total area, the total area requirement is 21.78 hectares.
Are you adding up?
I'm adding up the requirement hectares.
Yeah.
21.78 hectares.
21.78. That's the requirement.
And the Northern scheme delivers 55.13 hectares, which is 2.5 times more than is required.
It's referred to at the next page, 7.16.4, as a generous over-provision when it comes to parks and gardens and an amenity green space.
Yeah.
Is that a fair characterisation?
That is a fair characterisation. And so I think this is, you know, we all seek in schemes and on other projects I work on to sort of do a bit more, but this is really doing a lot more.
Could I just ask you about those numbers? I mean, I put not these precise numbers, but similar sorts of numbers to Ms. Ahern in respect of both northern and southern. I think I took them from your evidence actually, but it doesn't matter. What was proposed, and again, to cut a long story short, she said, well, she could see quantitatively. There's a lot of stuff, I'm summarising, but a lot of stuff that's proposed, and the numbers are, some of the numbers she accepted were well, they are what they are, they're large numbers. But she said, that's not what it's about, that's not all it's about. It's got to be qualitatively acceptable space as well. It's no good it just being about big numbers.
Yeah, I think the example I recall was that there was natural green space next to the road. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a matter, in fairness, that Mr. Baxter will be dealing with in terms of ecologically why that is required. But this is at the distribution of land uses in terms of the green space land uses within the master plan are not just simply, well, we'll put a bit of this here and a bit of that there. There is a cohesive network and policy, which I think Mr. Murdoch has sort of explained in his evidence and in the landscape strategy. So it isn't simply just placing land uses. It is about this sort of how do those spaces interconnect, mm-hmm. and how do they link, not just for people moving around them, but in terms of how wildlife corridors work and that side of things. So I think quantitatively we've obviously it's really quite remarkable the over delivery and over provision, but qualitatively this scheme is providing a series of spaces and land uses which are experientially really over and above what you would normally get. You normally have, you know, some elements of biodiversity, but because of the scale of the project, you can deliver a scale of GI which is just really delivers some really great benefits that come out of it, not just from a landscape perspective, but in terms of all the other issues. And I think others obviously deal with that in their evidence, primarily Mr. Murdoch's explanation.
I've got an eye on the clock. I don't know whether we're looking for a moment. There's just one more thing. Would 3:30ish be the right sort of time? Yeah, or? We'll just finish this bit. Yeah, absolutely. That was the northern scheme. Could you show us the southern scheme in a similar-ish sort of way and just test the idea that that what we're doing is just what's expected, as it were?
Yes. So core document CD 12.1.
12.1. So this is the Southern Committee report.
Yes. And so, ma'am, if my note is correct, it's PDF page 150.
PDF 150. Right. Yes. So again, similar table. So again, we know what it looks like, but what's the sort of long and the short of it in terms of the overall numbers?
So overall. So you can see there's an area in relation to formal outdoor sport. I believe, again, that is a matter that may have moved on and that will be dealt with by others who mm-hmm. follow. But in terms of totality, ma'am, the requirement is to deliver 124.54 hectares. 24.54.
124.5. And what's proposed?
222.19 hectares, which is 1.8 times greater than required. And again, similar point, which is there is no expectation of a single type of space. The expectation is that there is a variety of spaces and characteristics and features that will come from that.
But If that's all correct, what do you make of Miss Hearn's, understanding that this is just a policy, just quote unquote, a policy compliance scheme that's doing what it would have to do anyway in terms of green infrastructure?
I think that's a misrepresentation of what's being provided here. This is individually each application and cumulatively this provides a substantial increase in available and accessible green infrastructure above and beyond what is required.
You've talked about the way in which Sittingbourne in particular, you looked at Swale obviously, but in particular Sittingbourne has developed over time, and you showed us areas that have come forward through allocations or speculative appeals or whatever. Is this sort of green infrastructure, what precedents are there, I suppose, for this sort of level of green infrastructure in and around Sittingbourne in recent decades?
There's nothing that matches what has been provided by these applications.
Right. Happy to. We'll change topic after the break.
So how are we getting on time-wise?
Getting on all right. I think to be realistic, Mrs. Brockhurst will be she'll be the rest of today in chief, and then we'll stop.
Right, okay. Just to let you know, if you can't remember, that we've got to stop at 5 today.
Yeah, we'll work
So
together
we'll
to
have
achieve that.
We'll have a shorter break.
Yes, would that be all right? That would yes, 15 minutes would be great. If that's all right.
We will adjourn till 10 to 4 then.
So I'm not starting cross-examination today then.
No.
Tomorrow.
So you won't have to wait long. You won't have to wait so long.
So it'll be just over your 4 hours then, won't it?
Is it just over? Is that right?
It is. 10 minutes, well.
10
let's
minutes
wait and
over is
see.
not bad. Not
No.
bad. I've come under sometimes.
Well, not this time. Right, okay. Not today, it's tomorrow. We have to stop early.
We can go on all night. Great.
Don't encourage
So we'll
him.
try and finish. I think we try and finish Mr. Brockhurst's evidence in chief, shall we? Yeah.
1:45, is that the? 10 to.
No, 10 to.
10 to.
10 to. We're still.
The southern.
Southern side.
Right. 9.1. On which table was it, Mrs. Brockhurst, did you say?
3.3.
Okay. So in the southern ES, table 3.3 is on PDF 17 or paginated page 13. You've got it. Inspector's got it hard copy, so page 13.
Not. It starts at 300 and something.
Oh, hang on.
Hard copy.
Is it?
I think
Oh, I
you
think
might
I've got
have
the
the
wrong
L.
thing, haven't I?
Yeah, I think you might have
Okay.
I've got the LVI.
the LVIA
There we-
part of it. We're talking about the
Main written
the
section.
actual
No, I haven't got-
main text.
Yep, I haven't.
So if we go, so it's 9.1. Core document 9.1. It is PDF 17, which is what 17. That may be the landscape section of the
But we're starting
of the
off,
ES, but we're
starting
actually
in the introduction of the ES, Ma'am, or one
It's
of the introductory chapters. So we're in chapter 3 of the ES at this point.
have you. It was PDF 17, a section on cumulative effects, and then a table. Okie dokie. So, Mrs. Brockhurst, what do you want to say about this table?
So this is the starting point, Ma'am, which listed the cumulative projects which the ES technical discipline teams were to pay attention to when doing the cumulative impact assessment. So this listed all of the projects. So that's our starting point.
Right.
And then using this application as an example, then when you turn to that hard copy part you have, Ma'am, in the LVIA chapter 10, paragraphs 10.339 to 10.366.
What page are they on? Sorry. Okay. No. 10 point. Let me find out.
No, it's fine. I must admit.
There we go. Right. I know. I can tell you. So page 493 or PDF 497.
Yes.
There's a heading, assessment of cumulative effects. So we're in the landscape chapter, and then on the following page there's a table.
So what I understand to have happened is that having been provided with that extensive list, each technical discipline then established in their chapter those that were relevant to their discipline. So not all cumulative, all projects were considered to be relevant to all aspects of the environmental statement, is my understanding. So in this particular LVIA, these are the relevant cumulative schemes that were considered.
So you're talking about a table.
Table 10.7,
It starts.
17,
Is that a bit further
10.17.
before?
It starts on the next page. It starts on 494.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this table lists the ones that were considered to be relevant to the assessment of the LVIA for the southern application in terms of landscape and visual effects. And the paragraph 10.342, which follows the table.
10.342.
It draws the conclusion that the remaining 56, so they're the other projects that are listed in the first table we looked at, 3.3, the remaining 56, once you exclude the projects in table 10.17, the reason why they were excluded from the assessment of cumulative effects.
All righty.
And then you have in the following sections the assessment of what the cumulative effects for each of those projects was considered to be in terms of effects on landscape character and visual effects. And that continues through, I think, through to paragraph 10.365.
Yes.
So, and a similar approach was taken within the Northern application. So, for your note, in that one, I think it's table 10.14, sets out the schemes relevant to the LVIA matters. 10.1414.
Right.
That's in core document 3.1. And paragraphs 10.375 to 10.395 is the consideration of the cumulative effects. And I think it's fair to note that there was no issue raised by LUC in reviewing the ES chapter in respect of the approach to cumulative effects.
But there was an issue, wasn't there, by PINS that was raised about the fact that I think the solar park hadn't been.
Yes, that was the case, and then there was a resubmission of the ES earlier this year to include the solar farm.
So that's not in here, or is it?
It should be in this particular.
Yeah, it should be.
It is now because the core documents 9.1
version.
is the current.
The February one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the solar farm is now included. So that issue picked up by PINS has now been
Thank you.
addressed. So that's that issue.
Thank you. Whilst we've got it open, by it I mean core document 9.1, the ES. Another linked question, insofar as it relates to what's in the ES, is to do with this idea of things that are embedded. Things that are another matter that the inspector has raised. Things that are, so for example, mitigation sometimes is described as embedded mitigation.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think benefits might also be described as embedded benefits. But anyway, this idea of things that are embedded, so to speak, what does that mean? And how does the ES help us?
Right. So again, Mum, for your note, We'll stay in this particular ES, but the approach is duplicated for the Northern application. But in core document 9.1, if we turn to paragraph 10.24, and I'm going to give you the page reference.
10.24.
Yes. Gosh, it's a big document.
It's on page 311, PDF 315. So it's within the landscape chapter of the ES.
311.
Page 311, PDF 315, paragraph 10.24.
Hold on.
So just really for your note, because both of the ESs have taken the same approach here in terms of landscape. So paragraph 10.24 to 10.27 sort of seeks to describe what those terms are in terms of how they're applied within the LVIA process. And then it's followed by diagram 10.1, which is on page 313, which sort of gives you a flow chart of where the mitigation occurs. So this isn't a description of the nature and character of the mitigation, but where it arises in the timeline of developing the proposals, whether it's embedded or additional.
Do you think, just for the sake of those watching who might not have the document and be able to read it, that you could just explain in nice, easy terms?
Good luck. Yeah.
That's why I went to the document, in fairness, because I understand it is. So embedded mitigation occurs very early on in the iterative design process.
Yeah.
So the first sieve of likely effects leads the assessor to identify landscape measures which should be a component of the project from the outset.
And 10.25 talks about things that are considered in an initial assessment or integral to the overall design philosophy.
So without them, it would be a very different project. They're kind of fundamental to the actual project itself.
And then additional mitigation.
Well, shall we have an example? Perhaps you could give an example of where that is.
Right, okay. So it would be, the primary embedded mitigation would be in terms of loss of agricultural land, what is the embedded mitigation to compensate for the loss of one landscape character area, maybe the creation of swathes of new landscape character. So that would mean that if you've got an embedded mitigation, it would be we want to keep them as tracts of landscape as opposed to fragmented parcels. So you may have that as an embedded mitigation strategy.
Could I
I understand that. Tracts of agricultural land?
No, so what I'm saying is if you lose a swathe of agricultural land, the replacement of that swathe of agricultural land isn't small pocket parts dotted around within the development. It would be the provision of, in effect, the green infrastructure as a large tranche of the development process rather than scattering it about. So that may be a mitigation.
So in terms of the parameter...
The ES gives a couple of... just before we put the ES away, could we just take two references in the ES just to get to the inspector's question? The page, if we've got hard copy, or the inspector's got a hard copy of this chapter of the ES, 441.
Yes.
PDF, sorry, 445. So I think you add 4 to the 441. There's a heading: development proposals and embedded mitigation, and there's the section. We won't read it all out, obviously, but it goes through the approach to design in terms of, in the third bullet point at 10.253, building heights, densities, open space, landscape buffers and planting. Have you got that?
Yes.
And then over the page, there's a heading on the next page at the bottom: embedded mitigation measures.
Oh, it's just all completely frozen, gone blank.
I'll take your time. Maybe.
Can you take me again to?
Yeah.
where you were?
No.
Right.
Sure.
got.
So it's called. Is it frozen still, or is it all right?
I've got some odd stuff happening, but if you take me there again, let's see.
So it's core document 9.1.
Yeah.
And if you start on PDF page 445,
Yeah.
there's a heading Development Proposals and Embedded Mitigation. And I've just touched on very briefly on some of the things it says at 10.253, but then I was just going to turn over the page to the following page where there's a heading Embedded Mitigation Measures.
Yeah.
Have you got that?
Yes.
And it says at 10.256, the following embedded mitigation measures are required. And so when the inspector's after examples, sorts of thing that the ES has in mind, it gives the example of the SEMP, which is to say the Construction Environmental Management Plan, the Landscape and Open Space Strategy Plan, which obviously is something that we've spent quite a lot of time in at this inquiry already, the Murdoch-Wickham Green Grid document, and also the Landscape Biodiversity Management Strategy. And again, just to finish off on that, if you could just turn on one more page again, there's a heading at the top, hopefully of the following page, that says Delivery of Embedded Mitigation Measures.
Yeah.
Do you see? And it talks about, obviously it says what it is. It says the delivery of mitigation measures will be through implementation of the Landscape Master Plan and implementation of a Landscape Biodiversity Management Strategy for the site. The detail will be agreed through the three-tiered approach. At this stage, it is anticipated that the contents of such a management strategy would include the following things: an introduction, management aims, inventory, component descriptions, landscape management objectives, implementation, monitoring and review, etc. Having seen a bit more what the ES is saying when it's giving sort of examples of what embedded mitigation measures are, what it means really.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to take the inspector to?
Well, I'm trying to think of the best place to go. Yes, I think. Yeah, so I've got something that's completely different. I've got, for example, for the northern application, the development structuring plan.
Is that one of our in our packets?
Sorry, I've sort of.
We're getting copies of that for everyone tomorrow, so I still don't know I've not got one at the moment.
Oh, you haven't got one? You haven't got one? Right.
No, I've not got
So
one.
what's it called, this plan?
Let me just find the.
Is it the green space structuring plan or the?
Called development structuring plan.
Development strategy plan.
Yes, so it's CD 2.7.
Oh, yeah, we have got it.
We have got it. 2.7. Development structuring plan for the north.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the embedded mitigation is the provision of these strategic green spaces associated with the delivery of the relief road and the provision of the parkland as a setting to the road and to provide the context to the road and to ensure that the road can be kept primarily within a green corridor so that its impacts can be lessened. That's embedded into the scheme design. And as one moves away from the parkland that we see, that we were talking about this morning, you come into the natural, semi-natural green space, and that is associated with the provision of the sports. So all of this is embedded. Where you place these green spaces is embedded into the project so that they deal with the issues of distribution of open space and accessibility, but also provide you with the opportunity to provide the necessary planting or land scope for land modelling if that's needed, all within the actual scheme. So that's embedded, and so in effect, if you had a scheme where you just drew the red line alongside where the development is and hoped that the landscape would be delivered, that you wouldn't have anything embedded into the scheme. So it's quite a crude way of putting it, but it's really, without these spaces arranged in this way, providing these land uses, it would be a different scheme. But they are located where they are and deliver a land use and green infrastructure functionality specific to their location and relationship with other land uses within the scheme proposals.
So can I ask a couple of questions on that? Right.
Of course.
Well,
Fire
first of all, it will only work like that, presumably, if the plans that they're on are going to be approved as part of this scheme.
Yes. So I've picked this plan, but these green spaces are contained within the green structuring plan,
Which is going to be conditioned.
which is going to be conditioned. So they.
Okay, and that's my first point, good. And the second point is that you said that they will be provided sort of, what did you say? You said they'd be a component from the outset. So I'm presuming that these are provided before anything else then?
No, so the phasing of the actual project is addressed in the ES, but in terms of they're a component at the outset, I mean in terms of the linear process from blank sheet of paper to completed master plan, in terms of how the design has progressed.
You mean the stage at which they enter the design?
The stage at which they come in. So embedded mitigation is the mitigation which is designed into the project.
So where would they come in? So if it's going to be phased, they will come in, and it's in phase 3. So it would obviously be in different phases because they're different bits of it. But supposing one of them, there was a phase 3 which included some of this so-called embedded mitigation, would that be provided before anything else in that phase then?
It's not about, so embedded mitigation is not about when it's delivered in the phasing. It's the embedded mitigation is when it became a component of the design.
Oh.
So, and that's why that that table that I took you to, which now of course I can't find. So the table I took you to in terms of mitigation, which is, diagram 10.1.
Hang on, was that in the...
That was in the
LVIA?
That was in the LVIA.
The LVIA.
Yeah.
Could you just give me the page number, please? Sorry.
No, I'm just going to find it again.
Yeah.
Find it. What was the name of the table again?
It was diagram 10.1.
Diagram 10 point. Yes, that is
that?
page 313, PDF 317.
Hang on just a minute.
And this happened at my last inquiry, which is my cache memory has filled, which is why I'm struggling at the moment. But I have it. Good old paper copy.
Oh.
So
So it's page 313, the Southern LVIA.
So this diagram, Mom, is not about the EIA, and the LVIA informs the design evolution. So the point at which mitigation is embedded is in relation to the design evolution rather than the phase delivery. So what we're saying when we're talking about embedded mitigation and additional mitigation is, at what point did the LVIA introduce the mitigation?
We can see following it along that there's at the top of the diagram, for each effect and receptor identified is the top. Have you got it, Mrs. Brockhurst?
Yes, I've got it.
You've got it in hard copy.
Hard copy.
And then the first bluey box to the right says including primary embedded mitigation measures, and then we're assessing underneath that all these different things about nature, scale, and effect, reversibility, magnitude of change, etc. And then we get to, through that, we get to combine all of that to assess the significance of the effect. And then there's a dotted arrow with the potential to propose secondary mitigation measures to do more things if possible. And then if you do that, you potentially go all the way back up to the top, and then you reassess all of that stuff again.
Yeah.
And then, or if you don't propose any more things, you finally get to the bottom with your final statement of effects.
Yes, that's it. So it's not about when it comes in terms of the phasing of delivery once we move on to site. The use of the language embedded and additional mitigation is all to do with when it becomes part of the project in the design evolution.
So we've gone all through this, have we? All this process. We've gone all through the secondary measures, and they're all in the.
Yes.
It all culminates in this plan.
Yes.
And so really all it is just the green bits of the plan.
Yes.
Just like you've got the brown bits, which are the houses, and the blue bit, which is the school or playing fields or whatever it is. No, that's
could
red.
have saved half an hour there, couldn't it?
Well, as I say, Ma'am, if they weren't embedded in that way, it would be a different project.
But the thing is that it's exactly the same. I mean, the advanced planting shown as a result of the LVIA. So is that embedded, or is that?
Yes,
different?
that is, and that's addressed within.
But might it be fair to say, just trying, because I'm worried about time a little bit, might it be fair to say it doesn't really matter in as much as you're assessing the scheme that's the scheme. It includes things that are embedded, it includes things that were originally additional, but they're all part of the scheme now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if we're going to be using this language, isn't it? Shouldn't you get it right, or doesn't it? Really
No, of course, but ultimately, okay, sure. But on the other hand, the scheme to be assessed is the scheme. I mean, it goes to the stage at which letters were introduced into the design, I suppose.
Okay.
But
Okay, thanks.
So. Obviously, we can be asked questions about that in cross-examination. But shifting gears slightly to the topic of, shifting gears quite a bit to the topic of public rights of way.
Right.
We've got a roundtable session on the horizon in a few weeks' time on public rights of way, where Mr. Rustling will be presenting evidence on behalf of Kent, and obviously there'll be evidence coming forward also from the applicant, from Mr. Stephen Whittaker. So it's not to get into any of the detail of the sort of technical aspects of PROW, but also Kent have produced evidence that go to the experience, if you like, and using that term neutrally, of users of the PROW network, and as part of the applicant's rebuttal to that to that evidence, there's work that was done by some, including you, which is an appendix to Stephen Whittaker's proof, the rebuttal proof that goes into effects on users in respect of character and design. So really, I suppose at this stage, given that we've still not had the round table, but obviously Mr. Young's here to ask questions later in the week, What is it that you'd like to say at a high level on the public rights of way network insofar as LVIA is concerned?
So obviously the LVIA has considered the impact of development on the visual experience for people walking on the footpaths. Those visual experiences are also, as we were looking at the landscape wheel earlier, there will be perceptual changes to the routes, because routes that were once in an open landscape will be within an urban landscape, and it may cross roads. And I'm just going to hopefully take a quick trip through core document 2.14.
2.14.
Yes, 2.14, which is the PROW network for the northern application.
Right.
So just a few comments, and I'm going to sort of try and do this visually, just rather than just list out routes. But at first glance, Mum, you can see that over the years, with the expansion of Tenham and Sittingbourne, public rights of way have been subsumed within the urban environment. So you can see that to the north and west of the application area, including the recently committed and now constructed Stone Farm. You can see that also in respect of Bapchild to the south of the A2 and over to Tenham. So I understand the concern, which is, as with a lot of these things, in terms of a piecemeal change, these consequences occur. And within the application proposals, the same occurs for some of the footpaths here. Mm-hmm. So you do have those issues, and that is not unusual or new or unique to our scheme, but it is a matter that has to be addressed. Now, from reading Mr. Rushling's evidence, it seems to me that paragraph 6.1 sort of summarises his principal concerns that may relate to
Is that a paragraph in his evidence?
In his evidence.
Yeah, right.
So I think that's the sort of starting point to understand possibly his concerns in respect of the landscape issues. Mm-hmm. And there's two parts to that I think are most relevant, which is 6.13. I think we ought
So
to,
it's
if I can.
39.1.2 is his 39.1.2, which is which is Mr. Rustling's proof of evidence. And when we get there, the paragraph that Mrs. Brockhurst has referred to is on PDF 17, 6.1.
Sorry, PDF pen.
17, paragraph 6.1.
So obviously some of these impacts relate to highways and in effect engineering solutions, for which I have no evidence to give because others deal with that, and I'm out of the loop on that. But it seems to me that issues in respect of the sort of the landscape context, the relevant parts are paragraph 6.13 and 6.14.
Okay.
My reading of this, without his oral evidence, I think that's where we have it. So the first is loss of access to open countryside.
Right.
and the second is distance of the existing population from open countryside.
Right.
And I suppose just in the context to that is paragraph 4.47 of his proof. 4.7, which is on PDF page 14.
Got it. So it's paragraph 4.7 of Mr.
Yeah.
Rusling's proof.
So, in terms of the sort of opening to this paragraph, it says the public right-of-way network in Kent contributes to the quality of life, health and well-being of its residents. It provides extensive opportunities for access to the countryside and coast, fulfills an outdoor leisure and exercise needs, contributing to combating inactivity and the costs to health that are associated. Now, I accept that parts of these footpaths may not be described by everyone as countryside. So where they pass through the parkland and natural green space, countryside tends to be sort of generally described as rural agricultural landscape.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in terms of the functionality of the public right-of-way network,
Yes.
there isn't overall a loss of access to open landscape as a result of the proposals. So there are in some areas where there is new housing, and I accept that is a loss of open access.
Mm-hmm.
But those areas of new houses, the new villages, are linked by a variety of new footpaths to access new landscapes, which are providing a network of routes and circular routes and opportunities for people to be active and have leisure and recreational opportunities. But they'll be within a different context. So there'll no longer be a footpath across a ploughed field, but it may be a footpath that passes through established and constant natural green space or open parkland, wooded areas. So it will change the context, but there is still that general provision of access to open landscapes, but I accept not agricultural landscapes. So there's a difference in character. And then the second part that I understood is this part about distance of existing population from open countryside.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, looking at both of the schemes together, the edge of Sittingbourne is being pushed out by the sort of onion ring of development that keeps happening. So we're not responsible for the fact that the centre of Sittingbourne is further away from the countryside, because that's happened over years of the settlement expanding.
Mm-hmm.
But where the relationship is now, people will be able to leave the settlement and walk into open countryside. And they can, if they wish, find a route that avoids the development. Or, and we would say it is going to be a positive experience, or use the extensive hectarage of green infrastructure that is provided for people. Because at the moment, all of these developments that have happened
Mm-hmm.
aren't offsetting the loss of a open landscape context to the footpath with new access. They are simply accommodating the existing footpaths. So I think what this strategic delivery provides is those kind of benefits of, well, there's going to be a lot of connected access. And I would say, in respect of the road, a lot of the published circular routes within Swale, and I have walked some of them, rely heavily on crossing lanes and walking along extensive lengths of the rural lanes. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but roads are a part of the network of recreation that people currently have, because the actual footpaths are limited both in their quantum, and a lot of them head in one direction. There's the only way to kind of get back to where you started to do a circular route is to go along a road. So I think there's definitely a change in the character and nature of the offering of accessible routes, and there will be points where people have to cross the new road or walk near to housing. But there's also extensive areas, you know, we're talking, 222 hectares in the southern application of open land, which will be accessible, which currently isn't.
And perhaps it's a tricky one, obviously, given that we've not had had the county's case developed yet orally. That would be for the round table. But just for now, I'll just give the inspector a reference and just leave it there. The reference is to our rebuttal to Mr. Rusling, which is document 37.12.2, and it's the appendix to that rebuttal, and it's 37.12.2. PDF page 7 and following, and that is where Mrs. Brockhurst and also Mr. Murdoch as well consider matters that include effects on the amenity of PROW users and also public rights of way users and the PROW strategy to be developed. More of which are none, obviously, but I just wanted to flag that's where that is. Yeah. Okay. Last, but very much not least on our list of topics for Chief, is the national landscape.
Yes.
Now, a few particular points of detail that I want to you to address on the national landscape. Obviously, this topic's relatively fresh because we've only just had Ms. Miller for the council. The first is the process of boundary drawing. What's in and what's out. That was something that we touched on a bit with. Well, I tried to touch on a bit with Ms. Miller. No, she didn't have primary experience of how that process worked, but you do.
Yeah.
What do you take away from the experience, your experience, particularly in relation, obviously, to the South Downs, to do with the nature and the sort of level of, what's the right word, focus or detail or whatever that those boundaries are looked at with?
Yeah. In fairness, Mum, the designation process that's now used by Natural England, and when I was working with them, they were called the Countryside Agency, is much more refined now than it was at the time than Kent Downs, as it was AONB, but National Landscape was drawn up. But the general principle in my experience with the South Downs, and there was obviously a lot of debate about how one goes about including land and not including land, it has always been that you draw the boundary within the transition where landscapes go from being of the highest level of natural beauty to not. So there's never a real clear demarcation, but you always draw the boundary within that transition, because what you don't want to do is, by extending the boundary further and further, dilute the overall designation by including more and more land which doesn't meet the natural beauty criterion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's important to also understand is, at the time the Kent Downs National Landscape was determined and the boundary was set, concepts of natural beauty and special qualities weren't articulated in the way that we now do. So natural beauty was a general concept of natural, not man-made, you know, as it sounds, rather than the definitions we now have within all the published guidance we have about what is natural beauty, what are its components. And the same applies with special qualities. It's a retrospective way of assigning and ascribing what it is that makes that place special as we now understand it, rather than that informing the designation process. So I think it's important to understand it wasn't what are the special qualities of this area, now we'll draw the boundary. That's kind of come later in the process as a way of, now we understand the landscape, what do we say matters and why.
So what about looking at the way that the boundaries were drawn here around this particular bit of the national landscape? What do you sort of take away from the way it was done, and what does it tell us?
I mean, it's interesting because the M2 is clearly a hard boundary. Now, what we had with the South Downs National Park is we went across the A27, which in itself is a fairly substantive piece of infrastructure, where that land was appropriate. And when drawing the boundary for this designation, they haven't. They've stuck with the M2 where it forms a boundary. Clearly not a clear enough driver to extend the boundary further north. And I think that was a matter that was examined with Ms Miller, but it just simply wasn't enough to warrant changing the boundary from what is a very clear boundary on the ground.
How do you see this drawing of the boundary along the M2 that contains the AOM, but the national landscape, as relating to what's on the other side of the boundary? Not national landscape, obviously, but there is an area of high landscape value in the local plan. Obviously, a different situation, but it's a landscape designation on the other side of the motorway. What do you say about that?
I think what I would say about that, Marmin, if I just turn up my appendices, I have to do a bit of document tidying after this. So I think, Ma'am, if I can just take you to my appendices, paginated 12, which is Plan LP5, which I think is most helpful for this part.
Right. Okay, far away.
So I think in terms of how that extends, I think this is a very clear, it clearly demonstrates why you don't push the boundary further, because it is recognised that obviously this is an area of high landscape value at a county level, Kent level, this piece of land which is in SE3. Well, it's not in SE3, it kind of covers a number of those sub-areas, but that area edged in blue. But along that part of the motorway, it is the only part that reaches that level. The rest of it doesn't even reach a borough level of value. So this idea that the boundary could be pushed further would mean that if you're drawing the boundary, you are likely to start including areas which dilute the overall value. So it's right where the boundary is, and it's also right to recognise that there is an area of high landscape value at a county level, and that is shown on the plan. But it is not that the landscape north of the M2 as a generality possesses qualities that would be the same as or valued in the same way as that which lies within the national landscape.
Another sort of scene-setting question about the AOMB or the national landscape there was a debate which we've already sort of touched on in your chief about geographical extent, but we had it in particular in the context of the AOMB with the council's witnesses. The extent to which, you know, if you like, you've got to think about the proportion of the national landscape that might be impacted geographically as a sort of like matter of hectares or whatever, and how relevant or not that geographical extent is. What do you say about that?
I think, and in fairness, the appellant's LVIA does address this, which is recognising where significant adverse effects occur over an area, and then looking at how that applies to the wider geographic context. So the LVIA says quite clearly that there are significant adverse impacts as a result of the junction coming into the national landscape. But those effects on the landscape and the value of the national park are geographically limited. It doesn't therefore affect the landscape beyond it. It doesn't diminish the value or the character of the landscape beyond that. In the same way as I explained earlier, the M2 doesn't feature widely in the Bicknor character area because it doesn't influence the Bicknor character area. It is not a determinative quality or characteristic of that character area.
Thank you. We'll come in just a minute to just a summary. Obviously, you've set it out in writing, but a summary of the key differences between us on special qualities.
Yes.
That's what I want to sort of end up with over the next 15 minutes. But just before we do, a couple more small, particular things. In your proof of evidence at... Lost it now. In section 4... At 4.41 on page 33, it's really just a question of signposting who's dealing with what on our side of the room. Page 33 at 4.41, you've got the map of the tranquility on that page, and then a couple of paragraphs down. Are you there? It says, you say, at 4.41, based on the work undertaken by the applicant's transport consultants, ... This results in, you say, commuter traffic within the national landscape through local road networks, through the local road network and villages such as Milstead and Bredgar. The provision of strategic relief will reduce this incursion and associated disturbance.
Yes.
Just to sort of pause then, it's a version of a question I asked to the council's witnesses. On what are you relying here in this bit of your proof as a landscape professional?
I'm relying on the technical advice of Mr. Wild, who'll be giving the highways evidence and analysis that he has prepared, which I can't speak to because technically it goes way above my head, but he and I have been having direct conversations because this was a question I asked him about, and he will be giving evidence on that later in the inquiry.
Thank you. Another topic that sort of jumps off the same page to a degree, not quite. There's the tranquility map, but I'm not quite on the topic of tranquility, but lighting.
Yes.
Lighting and indeed linked to lighting, night skies. Lots of evidence from Miss Miller for the council in particular about the impacts of lighting, introducing lighting into the national landscape and its setting.
Yes.
And indeed night views as well. So your assessment of that aspect of the scheme.
Well, firstly, Ma'am, you won't be surprised that I'm going to, because I've asked this of you before, I'm going to ask you to do a nighttime visit.
As long as everyone comes with me, that's fine.
We'll be there. Yeah.
We'll have to talk about the logistics of doing that, but I'm going to say that because so the notes what I'm going to tell you now, I would like you to observe on site.
I would have thought if we're going to do it, we should do it, unless we want to do it really late, Should do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Really.
Do it soon.
I did once have to do one on the 21st of June, which is obviously the
dear.
longest day, and I had to stay out in the field until 11
Well,
o'clock.
TBD on the logistics then, but assuming we do it quite soon, what will the
Yeah.
inspector be looking for what will she see, you know, when she heads up there into the AOMB?
So I'm going to suggest that you visit Bexon Lane near where the junction is
Yeah,
going.
the bit directly near the
Yeah.
site, yeah.
Bashford Barn Lane and Dean's Hill, which is, I think, one of the daytime visualisations, but
Yes. Up the hill.
up the hill. I think those three locations, and others might want to contribute, but I've been out to site at night on a number of occasions, and what I'm going to do is just give you some tasters of what to observe. So when you're at the Bexon Lane side, there are a number of notable issues. The first is the Kent Science Park is illuminated, security light, internal lights. You do also, when you stand on the corner of the site, you do see the lights of vehicles travelling on the M2, particularly with the lorries, because they tend to have all those Coca-Cola lorry type things with lights all over the tops of the cabin and things like that. So there you see those. And also the properties to the south of the lane have all got floodlit security lighting on them. So it is absolutely true that there is no lighting in, and there is a general sense of dark elements around the area, but this is not a landscape which is without lighting and without both bright hotspot locations and a general background of lighting. And I accept there will be changes as a result of the proposals, but they are in the context of that baseline situation.
Should I ask? Might be a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway. How will the inspector find, if she looks both to the north and to the south, the distinction between the wide views of over Sittingbourne and the estuary and all of that you've just described, that take in the motorway, the town, etc. at night, versus if she's able to ascend high enough to look south down into the core of the AOMB, as it were, in terms of lighting specifically. How does that experience differ?
So I think, Ma'am, and particularly when you get to Bashford Barn Lane and Dean's Hill, and you'll connect the two along Blind Mary Lane, what you get, so when you look out further along, Sittingbourne has not only a really expansive sky glow, but the industrial and commercial areas, because there are tall vertical structures, all has that lovely air safety red lighting across the top of it. And you see lighting across the entire skyline, across the width of the view. And that is the baseline. Now, if you turn and look south into the AOMB, that's where you see the difference between dark skies within the AOMB and the illuminated context of the edge of the AOMB, the northern edge of the AOMB, and the setting beyond.
Yeah.
And I think in terms of the issue of the floodlighting, you will also see there are a number of farms and commercial farming operations, and many of those have non-directional security lighting, which is within the national landscape and incredibly bright for a variety of reasons, mainly because people are using machinery, so they're trying to create, in effect, daylight conditions within the context of the farming operation. So the issue, in terms of the floodlighting of sports pitches, what you have within the national landscape is undirectional floodlighting, security lighting to create daylight conditions.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So there's a real marked contrast north and south.
Thank you. We will come back to the logistics on all of that at an appropriate moment, pretty soon, I would have thought, in the inquiry. To try and round off on special qualities, and now most of it, I think we're going to have to leave it as your written position is as per your proof, which obviously you can be asked about just for want of time. But I do want to ask you orally about two of them in particular. And those are, because there's only there are three, sorry, that Ms Miller identifies as being significant negatives. And it's two of them that, given the time that we've got left, I want to actually ask you about to comment on. One of them is dramatic landform and views, and the other one is tranquility and remoteness, those two particular special qualities. So if we could start with dramatic landform and views, what is your assessment of the extensive impact against that special quality?
Yeah, I think, Mum, from my perspective, my understanding of what is the special qualities that one is looking for to protect and enhance, it is these sort of open, expansive plateaus.
Yes, that was it. That was the bit that Miss Miller picked up on, the expansive plateaus.
And I think, Mum, Miss Ahern, in fairness, did describe this, and you may remember she was sat in that location, and we have the ridge and we have the plateau tops, and then we come down the scarp and into the dip slope. The dramatic expansive plateau is at the top of the landform and not an expansive plateau mid-low dip slope.
So
The dip slope.
She said it was a dip. We start at the ridge with the plateau, and then we come down and we come into the dip slope.
she said our site's in the dip slope.
Our site is in the dip slope.
Okay.
So just to be to be as clear as we can, the bit of our site that falls within the national landscape, is it your view or not? What is that bit on a quote unquote expansive plateau?
No, absolutely not. It is within the dip slope, and there may be a flatter part of the dip slope because it's obviously levelling out, so it becomes broader and flatter, but that does not make it expansive plateau. It is part of the dip slope. It is not expansive.
So in terms of just that bit of the special quality, dramatic landform, which as we heard from Miss Miller comes down to this idea of expansive plateaus on her evidence, how much harm do you identify, how much impact is there against that bit of the special quality?
There isn't any impact on the dramatic expansive landform that would be associated with the plateau. That's much further south from where our site is.
And the other sort of side to that special quality is views. So obviously there's lots of views. We don't have time to, even if we wanted to, go over them all. But just I suppose at a high level then, what do you say about the views aspect of that special quality?
Because we're not in the elevated landscape, that kind of impact of the expansive and panoramic views is somewhat diminished by the fact that we're part way down the dip slope. So our views aren't those sort of dramatic, breathtaking type of visual experience that you might have when you're further south at the top of the ridge and on the open plateau. But of course there are views out across the site, and I understand that, but it is not that quality, that special quality that is addressed in the management plan for the Kent Downs.
I mean, we remember, and we've seen a few times now, I think, we don't need to turn it up, Vis 7 is what it's referred to. It's the view that's when you're standing on Dean's Hill with we've done a visualisation showing the purple and the blue and all of that over time. Again, in a nutshell, are there any observations you want to make about those sorts of wider panoramas when one's standing on wherever it might be? That's one example, obviously, of Dean's Hill, about the experience that one has. You talked about it a bit at night already, but during the daytime.
I mean, the fact is, Ma'am, when you stand in that location, and we are sort of towards the northern edge, when you stand on that location, the outlook from the AONB is one of a settled landscape with a lot going on within it, but a highly settled landscape. So that is a quality and a character which has lived cheek by jowl with the AONB or the national landscape for many years. And it is that is how it is. So what is happening within the application sites are nothing new. It is, yes, there's more of it, but it's all in the context of that is the character of the setting, and that is the visual experience in terms of the views out that one experiences. That is the issue.
We went to, with Miss Miller, the specific references in the management plan to south-facing view, rather than north-facing views towards Sittingbourne and the estuary, the south-facing views from the Scarps, as it's referred to, south into the AOMB. You've experienced some of those views yourself, have you?
Yes.
And how would you, I mean, broad brush, but how would you compare those sorts of views to the south, to the sorts of views our inspectors are going to get from the northern edge of the AOMB looking over Sittingbourne?
If you're looking to the south of the AOM, the National Landscape, I'm going to get there one day. If you look at that, I mean, it's just a dramatically different visual prospect.
In what way?
Well, because you have this really clearly arable and pastoral rural landscape within the AOMB, and you turn away from Sittingbourne when you're in, Bashford Barn Lane or Blind Mary Lane. You look over that way and you just get a sense of this really expansive and rural landscape, which is the opposite to what you get if you turn to look north from within the AOMB.
Thank you. And the final mini topic that I want to just get your view on. Obviously, the rest of your evidence stands as it is in writing, to state the obvious. But it's this special quality of tranquility and remoteness, which again is one of these special qualities that actually has two things crowbarred in there: tranquility and remoteness. So firstly, on tranquility. You've obviously put in the map, the CPRE map, into your evidence. You've described some aspects of the visual experience from some of these higher viewpoints. How would you assess the tranquility, I suppose, or the extent of tranquility of that bit of the national landscape that falls within the southern site? So that I'm talking about that land immediately to the north of Bexton Lane. Around where the proposed junction is to go. And the inspector's been there, but how tranquil would you describe that area as being at the moment?
Yeah, Mum, tranquility is very much a relative term because I think there's very few places within the UK that are truly tranquil. But what we have here is within the site and within sort of quite short distances of the site. The site has a reduced and lower level of relative tranquility because it's not just what you hear, but it's what you see. But you don't have that sense of being away from it all, the sense of quietude and remoteness that you might have, you do have, when you move further into the body of the national landscape.
Why do you not have that sense of being away from it all?
Because you hear the motorway, and I understand the wind direction issue, but it works in both ways. That if the wind is blowing
whichever way,
blowing towards the north, and therefore it seems quiet, the same applies to any development we do, because any noise would also be travelling northwards, and if the wind's travelling southwards, that's just how it is. But you're aware of the motorway, not just by the noise, but you see the cars flashing. It's much more of an intermittent visual connection because there's a sort of, you see it happening. It's much more kinetic. So I think it's relatively low tranquility, but there are extensive areas within the national landscape which are, truly possess those qualities.
Where are you thinking about when you say that?
You don't have to go too far into the national landscape away from our site, because you start getting into the smaller villages, and they're really well contained. There's an intimacy to the landscape. There's a visual and audible separation from the motorway. So when you sort of travel around that area, even if you're driving, if you don't have to travel too far and turn off the engine and pop out, and you just get this, so you do feel that, and it's really noticeable. So I would say that's the issue.
I think, go on.
I think just on these special qualities.
Please do.
Special qualities apply to broad sweeps of landscape, and that's the work I did with the South Downs is all about that. Not every parcel of land or every field possesses every special quality at the highest level, and I think that's important. So it doesn't, if there is an area which doesn't have one or two of the qualities, doesn't mean it shouldn't be in the national landscape, but it is about understanding contextually how those fit together, and it's not just every field must possess those
to the same degree, or
to the same degree. So I think in understanding that's why there may be a change in one quality on a field, but it might be that that's the only quality it has, unlike others where it has all of them.
So overall, just on the tranquility side of it, on the tranquility component of that special quality, how much of an impact do you think that there will be or would be against the tranquility component of the national landscape?
So clearly there will be a reduction in tranquility within the field and slightly around it as a result of the introduction of the motorway junction. But actually the containment of that and the manner in which it's been designed, as I understand, and the woodland planting that goes with it, the aim is to certainly reduce the geographic extent over which further reductions in tranquility will occur. But it is important to recognise that we're not starting with a baseline which is the most tranquil part of the national landscape. So it is the change, but if we were putting this somewhere else, you would be saying, gosh, that's really just too much to handle. But because we're starting at a different point in terms of relative tranquility.
In terms of relative tranquility. Okay. And lastly...
I have one other point, I think.
I've said lastly about 4 times, haven't I? Yeah, go on.
I've got a lastly as well.
You do your lastly, then I'll do my one.
Shall I do my lastly? Only so I can explain something which came up by the evidence Miss Miller gave.
Yes.
And I think it's really to clarify. In her evidence, she had that extract of the blue and green plan about relative visibility.
Oh, yes.
And I thought
it
would be helpful because there was a sort of question which is, I don't know what
it was the
that
ZTV
means,
or...
ZTV.
Yes.
And I just wondered, Ma'am, if we go to core document 9.2.27, and I'm
9.2.
I'm really hoping I've got enough memory here now.
Oh dear. We can if your computer conks out, we can pass you one with the core documents on.
Yeah.
It's the figures.
It's the figures from the ES, and it's the figure from which. So it's Appendix 10.14 figures.
Which figure number is it?
Well, I know that it's page 26 of 28.
Okay, yeah.
It's my note.
So it's figure 10.10 on PDF page 26 of 28, and this is the. Gosh, I think my laptop's starting to crumble now. This is the visual appraisal, visual analysis. Plan operation at year 15 with visual barriers, bracket proposed planting. And it's got a number of what are called ZTV points.
So,
just wait, have you got that, madam?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
So I'm really going here, Mum, because there was a question raised as to what this means, and it's not clear.
Yeah.
But I think. It's one of these lovely technical jobs we've managed to make in the landscape profession to make everything as hard as possible to understand. But if you look at the on the right-hand side, which is where there's a data and a key,
Yes.
So what there is within the red line area, there are what are called ZTV target points, which on the plan are represented by black dots.
Oh, I see. Yeah, in the blue.
Yeah.
So we've got those dots that are then listed in terms of their coordinates.
They're listed in terms of their coordinates, and the purpose of these. So, in fairness, everyone does their ZTV mapping. We seem to similarly don't have a standard approach, but on this one, you'll see that those target points, when you look at the table, give you your X and Y coordinates and the ground level, and then give you basically the top of that target point is positioned above ground level, and that's to represent the maximum height of the building parameters.
Right.
So it's on the table.
So each point, ZTV point 1 in the table is assumed to be...
The table's on the right-hand side of that page, Mum, if you scroll across your page. No, I didn't think you would be able to. But
So
that's why I wanted to go there. If you zoom in on that.
So there's 153 of these points, and each one is assumed to be at a particular number of metres above ground level. Sorry?
How do you know which is which point?
From this plan, you don't.
From
know.
this plan, you don't, but I'm
But
just.
you could work it out by, if you want, you could work it out by doing the coordinates.
The person who does the technical analysis has that data, but I think rather than get bogged down in the data, it's how that manifests itself in the mapping that we have. Mm-hmm. So if you look at that table, Mum, for example, the first ZTV point within it, you've got, so you do know where it is because it's got the coordinates, but we don't need, for this exercise, need to do that because someone else has done it for us. Mm-hmm. But what we know is that ZTV point is 10 metres above existing ground level. So that's giving us the top of the parameter, and that's placed in the model of the landform. Mm-hmm. And then in this respect, the person responsible for producing this plan has then used software to identify and classify how many of those target points, i.e. how many of those ZTV points are visible within an area. And just so we know, because if it wasn't clear, it should be from reading this, is if you scroll below that table, Mom.
Hang on. Hold on, sorry. Oh.
So you'll see below it a box coloured green, blue, pink and yellow. Yeah. And that is the key for the number of target points potentially visible in that area. So of the 153 target points mapped, in the green area, 1 to 38 of those are visible.
We can't tell from this plan whether it's 1 or 38 or somewhere in between.
But it's giving you a range rather than individual, where each one is individually visible. And then similarly for the blue, it's 38 to 86 of those. I just provide that as that sort of background, as the fact that it seemed unclear as to what that meant, and I thought it would be best to actually take you there and explain what it means, whether it's helpful or not. you will draw a conclusion on, but that's what all of those colours mean.
Thank you. Right. Now we can do my final thing. My final thing is, and it's quicker than your final thing. We've done. I've asked you about relative tranquility, and you've given an answer about that. But the other limb of that special quality is remoteness.
Yeah.
And on that, Miss Miller thought that part of the special quality, remoteness, wasn't really relevant here for reasons that she explained, because it's not remote. What's your view?
I agree with Miss Miller.
And on that happy note of agreement that resonates through the council chamber, those are all my questions in chief. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll stop here then, shall we?
Would have thought so.
So tomorrow we're going to have you, Mr. Pereira, aren't we? Still think about 5 hours, 6 hours?
Yeah, there might be a number of ways of shortcutting things in the light of what's been said in chief, but I'm going to stick to the same estimate.
Okay.
And if I come in short, we can.
You're going to get brownie points. That's what's going to happen. I know this tactic. You're
Mr.
gonna
Simons
get
will
brownie
steal the
points.
time in his re-examination.
That's right.
But we're on track, so.
Good. Yeah, we've got loads of time. Right. Okay. Jolly good. Thank you very much. So I will now adjourn till 9:30.
Thank you very much. I'd asked if yes.
Do that tonight.